Expectations are running very high this morning. How are you, Brian? Good morning, my man in the house. Thank you for the first one on here today, brother. Yep, welcome in. Man, running as a socialist. What do you guys think about that? You guys think that's a good idea for my campaign? I think it's the popular thing to do nowadays is run as a socialist. Offer everybody free stuff for everybody, guys. Everything is free. The house must go. What a joke of a people. I don't understand. You would think that, good morning, Cool Cat Renee. Renee in the house. You know what? I don't understand, guys. Since I was a kid, I used to listen to the president talk. Now, the president in my time in Honduras in the early 80s, he was a well-known, very loved by most people in Honduras. And he had this thing when he talked, okay? Now, I'm going to let you know what this means, okay? Now, normally, first of all, here, hold on. Let me reset the stream boss because it has to be a new thing today. Guys, when somebody takes the stream boss and we play the clip with our president dancing, he is really celebrating for our channel. So I'm grateful for that. But good morning, Craig. How are you, brother? Now that I know that is a male. I don't know why I thought it was a female. My bad. Mike, how are you, sir? Good morning. All right, so his name was Suazo Cordova. Okay, that's the name of the president. And every time he would talk like this. Thank you all for gathering here today. You, the people, always are the importance in my agenda. And then he's like, because you people are my people. And so he would do this, okay? Now, just so you know, the reason why I mentioned this is because this right here, this means you're an idiot. This means you're dumb. And so he's really calling everybody a retard. And I just thought, as a kid, I was like, why does he keep calling everybody a retard? It's a true story. And that is a bad signal if you are from Honduras. I don't know how many Hispanics out there actually use the same signal, but this means you're dumb, So anyways, I want to start off with something goofy today. I guess that's just what came to mind. Everybody knows I don't have a script for my show. Everything that I do is always off the top of my head, and I call it when I think we have to call it. This headphones, in case you're wondering, this is my PlayStation 5's headphones. And the reason why I use this, number one, these are very comfortable in my ears. I can have this on for hours on end. Best headphones I've ever had. And it is wireless. I don't mind the wire, but I've gone through so many headsets with wires because the wires go bad so fast. And they're like, $30 headsets, $50, $100 headsets. And it's just, man, it's just a waste of time, really, sometimes to go in with wire headsets. They're just not reliable enough. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Mike, that's the last one. At NC, welcome. Okay, everybody, welcome to this morning's episode of the Dennis Herrera Show. Even though some leftists, libtards, don't like to say the Dennis Herrera Show, it is what it is. It's the title that I gave in to my podcast and my YouTube lives. You guys will notice that I'm actually live for very long times of hours sometimes. It just depends on how many interesting things that we can cover. Just remember, I don't have a crew. I don't have a team. I have to research everything, and I have to put everything together. So any graphics and things like that, I don't have more because I run out of time in my day. Got a lot of things to do, guys. You guys don't know. Now, if you're a blogger and you're a YouTuber, then you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, today I'm going to start with a video clip. You guys would appreciate this. Buenos dias, official. How are you, my brother? My Latino for Trump right there. My Latino for Trump. We're going to go ahead and start with a video from our new elected mayor. You may have seen this already. There is actually a live from DeSantis' new conference. We are probably going to hit that after this video, trying to see what DeSantis is actually saying. Let me find that first. Okay, there we go. Let me have that clip ready for you guys, so you guys don't have to wait too much. Okay, I think that's close enough. All right, so this is our newly elected mayor here in Seattle. Not the boots, not the boots. I promise. We're gonna hit play on this. I just want to see if I can get a couple more people in here to watch this, because you know how it is. Then the libtards come in here and they ask a bunch of questions because they never pay attention. But let's see. Fox, welcome. Good morning. MAGA Pride. Let's go. Let's go. Mr. Lambowski, good morning. I don't know what TR means, but somebody will tell me eventually, I think. Nice boots. How many of you have ever had boots like this? I think I had one of these about 20 years ago. Not too bad. Not too bad. They are waterproof, so, there is no water coming through. Except for the opening on the top, of course. But, yeah, they're not bad shoes. Not bad. All right, let's go ahead and listen to this. Now, just to get you a little background on this, okay? This is the newly elected socialist mayor in Seattle. You guys saw my clip yesterday when I was walking around in Seattle. It is beautiful, guys. It is beautiful. Now, here's what you don't see and what you don't know. That in Seattle, many business owners are leaving. They are leaving. I just gave you one example yesterday, $27 to park for 1 hour. Guys, it's unbelievable. 1 hour. It's not even peak time. It's not peak time. $27 to park for 1 hour. It's outrageous. Before we play any clip, let me just talk about this. I don't understand. I can understand people, believing what they want to believe, saying what they want to say, and doing what they want to do. Okay, so let's just say socialists, Democrats, it's the best thing to do. Okay, here we go. What do I expect as a patriot, as a citizen of a nation, as a constituent to a governor, to a mayor, etc.? What do I expect from somebody that's going to come and do something for us? Well, first of all, I want to get a person like President Donald Trump, for example. I always said we need a businessman with a man with a business mentality to come into this country, become president, and that knows how to lead. He needs to know when to say you're fired and when to say you're hired. I want to see somebody come in and be, you know what? I'm going to give you guys free bus rides. Okay? All right. I want to hear the plan. How are we going to do that? Right? The first thing I want to hear is, well, Seattle is a very beautiful city. It is amazing. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a little bit of deregulating. We're going to give tax cuts. We are going to invest our attention into those people who want to be business owners that will create jobs for my community, for my city. Oh, that sounds good. Well, it's going to take some time, but it's doable. What I don't want to hear is, I'm going to give you free bus passes. I'm going to give you free housing. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm not going to bring any businesses to invest into our city. I'm just going to tax people. I'm going to raise your taxes. Of course, we're gonna tax the rich like a mofo. That's a given, guys. We're going to tax them. They got to pay their fair share. You're doing two things wrong. One of them, you will eventually run businesses out of your city, out of your town. Number two, the ones that are going to get stuck with the burden of those tax raises are the actual poor people and the middle class. The middle class, that's it. So, hey, you know what? Don't take my word. Don't take my word. You tell me, what do you see? Here in Washington State, they passed a law that you will get paid up to 4 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks, I think it was. I can't remember exactly now that I'm saying it. I think it was 2 to 4 weeks, okay? You will get paid full wages. Listen to this. By the government. That means taxpayers' dollars, okay? For protesting. And it may be extended. So here's the thing. The people in Seattle are protesting Starbucks. They want more money. Hey, listen, if you don't want to work there, quit. Go somewhere else. Let them know that they need to hire another barista. Let them know that you don't like the pay, you're not happy there. Well, go find a better job. Don't worry, Dad. It's coming. I'll get you. Hang in there, okay? If you guys hang onto my channel, if you're making negative comments, number one, you're going to be erased, okay? But if you want to know the truth, stick around. We want you to stay quiet and pay attention so you can learn something. So here's the thing. Our new socialist mayor comes out here and starts supporting the strike against Starbucks. Listen. There is a small espresso coffee shop very close by here. They make the best coffee. It's no Starbucks. They make the best drinks. I love it. With that being said, if you think being a barista, flipping burgers and fries at McDonald's, you think that this kind of business is going to give you livable wages, you out of your damn mind. If you do a good job, if you get enough tips, if people, are very gracious and they give you a lot of money, yes, there is a chance. But now you're depending on those tips that may and may not come. If the business is not busy, well, who loses money? The owner of the franchise, the owner of the espresso stand. But, they'll make their money. Maybe up to six figures, maybe. Because they do have to pay employees, obviously. And that's okay. But if you really want to make livable wages, this is how it goes. You can either go to college and get an engineer, get a teaching teaching degree. I'm losing faith on teachers. I am this close to taking my kids out of school. Go to college, get a master's on something that you think that you're going to make money on. Now, you don't waste your money going to college and then you don't get a job because you go for a master's that nobody gives a shit about and nobody's hiring for that position. Nobody's hiring for that kind of skills. You can be a mechanic. You can be a trade. You can have a trade. With wood, with metal, with whatever it is, and you can have your own skills and you can go and make your own money. You can be your own business owner, right? Now, if you're becoming your teachers don't make a living wage, are you out of your freaking mind? They make more money than I did. They're making good money, and they're not even good teachers, by the way. It's more like having babysitters in school, especially with all this indoctrinating that they do over here in Seattle, Washington, and the whole state of Washington, to be honest. Specifically Seattle and Federal Way and all the southern cities over there in Washington. Trade schools are actually a very good idea. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Local says, do you understand union jobs? The union is socialist model. Absolutely. 100%. And I am against them. I used to be part of a union. They are a joke. They're a joke. Unions are there for themselves. As a matter of fact, unions take so much money away from actual employees that is ridiculous. What we need to have is not unions. What we need to have is advocates for fair wages. I agree with that. I think that if a company is making billions of dollars, come on, you can afford to spend an extra $100,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? Here's a problem that socialist Democrats don't understand and they don't see is this. How about instead of the government taking more taxes out of your check, how about they give the companies a tax break so they can give you a better raise so you can go and spend more money in the city, which means that you're going to use money to buy clothing, to go to the grocery stores, to pump gas, to do all these beautiful things that if everybody can afford to do, believe me, they will go out more, they will go on trips more, because they can afford more gas to waste. That's just a thought, food for thought. Yeah, unions advocate for fair wages, but the problem is, Brian's, is that unions take a big chunk of that money that could go to the actual employees. Think about this. The union gets about $5, $6 for every employee that the company hires. So if an employee can get $15 an hour, how about they make 20 instead? And you don't have to pay the union. If you're a bad employee, you should be fired. If you don't come to work, you should be fired. If you're lazy, you should be fired. But if you're a hard worker, you should be compensated. That's just how I feel. As a boss, that's what I would do. Yep, they do. They take all that money away in dues. That is correct. I was a steward. For a union company that used to piss me off. I was like, bro, I don't need to work for this company. I need to work for the union. That's where the money's at. I was going to make $45,000 more than I would as an actual employee for the company that I was working for. The problem with medical, guys, there's a lot of things, but the problem with medical that I have is that there is no price regulating. Good morning, Salt. There is no price regulating. Meaning that a hospital the charges are insane. Insane. They can charge you for a procedure or a care that they did for you about $500. And that same $500 can go up to $6,000 in charges for the same thing. for the same thing. And that's the problem that we have. There needs to be somebody that can audit books. We got a lot of people that are out there very smart with numbers and this and that. No DEI, of course. They got to have the skills. They got to make some good money. They got to be honest. And we got to audit all hospitals, clinics, etc. There's got to be some type of regulation on that end. It may seem counterproductive sometimes, but I feel that if we tackle that little piece of what they're doing for pricing, okay, it's going to help out bring down the cost of healthcare. This is just what I think. Now, that's not the only thing that we need to do. We need to go deeper into that and see what these insurance companies are scamming you off. How much are you paying? How much money are they making by providing this service? See, I believe in capitalism, but I also believe that you're not going to get rich off my back. See, here's the difference. Here's the difference. I'm going to give you labor versus service. Here's an employer. An employer is going to have employees, and these employees are going to make a wage. Now, I am going to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars for me. I start the paying wage at $15 an hour because that is what this job pays across the board. Now I'm making $100,000 because the employers are so good. Well, now I make $200,000 for me after paying everybody. So what would I do as a boss? Well, as a boss, I'm going to give you a raise, maybe a couple of dollar raise per hour. That's actually about $4,800 a year. It's not bad. That's a very good raise. Or I can keep you at 15, and then I'll just give you $4,500 or $5,000 bonus for the year. Which would you prefer? I can guarantee you that most people say, "Oh, give me the $5,000." You'd be wrong. You would be wrong to take that route. You got to take your $2 raise. Take your $2 raise. That's permanent. Remember that bonuses, that's if they can give you a bonus. But rate per hour, that's permanent. That's permanent. And you qualify for other things that you may be applying for. Besides that, here we go. Now here's a service, okay? Now, to provide a service, you charge about $100 for this service, okay? Now, you're being very successful. And there is more activity coming in. There's more demand for this service. Now, you as an employer, you are not spending more money to provide this service, but you see that people really want it. So you price gouge and you raise that price to $200. And you say, oh, well, the demand is still high. Now, you're not paying your employees more money, but you are charging the consumer a lot more. This is what I mean. You will not get rich off my back. I believe that every service has a fair price. Anything after that that's not fair, I am going for your ass. I'm against that. For example, there is 2 grocery stores right next to each other in the same city, in the same block. And you go into one store and they sell you a soda can, any soda can that you want. They sell it to you for 75 cents. And then you go to the store right next door to them and they sell you the same soda can for $1. I see a problem with that. I'm going to go ahead and give my money to the 75 cents instead of to the dollar, right? I'm not going to give you my support when I know that the fair price is 75 cents. That means that you can do that price. I'm not going to give you $1 when it's the same thing that I'm getting. So that's the way I think about stuff, okay? So when it comes to manufacturers coming here, I think Seattle needs to really be attractive for big corporations to want to thrive in here. The more we attract, check this out. You don't have to raise taxes. on people. What you want to create is more working people that will pay the same taxes, but now you're multiplying it. How? By doing the work, by bringing more employment. Instead of saying, oh, we don't care if these companies leave, we're just going to raise the taxes on the people. That is unbelievable. Foxbox says we gave $35 bonuses and a pizza party. Ungrateful employees everywhere. $35 ain't shit. That's why. But nonetheless, it's free money. A lot of employees complain, well, instead of buying pizza, you could have given me more money. It's always like that. So it doesn't matter as an employer what sort of benefit you give them. They're always going to want more. Always going to want more. Yeah. So you guys agree, right, with the health care. Foxbox says the health care is being private is why it's affordable. Man, I'm telling you, the service that I receive at the hospital lately, it was horrible. They charged us $6,000 and we didn't even go into an actual private room. They took care of us in the hallway. That is ridiculous, man. I'm gonna fight that. I'm gonna go ahead and call them and say, wait a minute. You're charging me $6,000 for emergency care, but what emergency care? You didn't do shit. I'm sorry, but it's unbelievable. $6,000, guys. And they didn't do jack squat on us. That's crazy. No, hell no. Something's got to be done about that. Let's see. It's not true. It's cheaper for me to hire a brokey because I get a tax write-off. Love me a new snap hire. Hey, to each his own, brother. To each his own. Yes, I know that there's tax loopholes that you can make that money back, but that's not the point. The point is that the government likes, especially socialists, especially democratic cities and states. I don't know why. They just love raising taxes instead of making more jobs. You see, I don't know, let me see if this makes sense to you. Okay, I have 10 employees. These 10 employees are going to give me $10 each. Well, I need 12. Do I charge them? Do I tell them I need $12 from each one of you guys? Or do I go and find 10 more employees that will each give me $10 more? So now I don't have to raise the $2 on the first 10 employees because now I got 20. You see what I'm saying? It is the same thing with taxing. If we have 1,000 people working and we're taxing them at 9.9% up to 14% of their income tax, of their gross pay, okay, if we're going to charge you 14% of that, well, I need you to pay 16. Well, how about you make more jobs and get another 1,000 jobs, and now instead of you needing more, you can actually do a tax cut. Oh, man, it makes too much sense. It will never make sense for socialists. Why don't we go ahead and jump into this video of these lovely boots and see what's going on here. This is the newly elected Seattle mayor. Oh, jeez. Let's just watch it.
All right. Okay, everybody come in as close as you can. I'm Brenna. I work at Elliott Drive through Starbucks. We're on strike. Let's go. You may have heard that Seattle just had a mayoral election, and someone just won yesterday. And there's one candidate in this race who talked to a worker organizing committee, and there was one candidate who met with workers when they were laid off without pay from a certain store that might be right behind us. Boo. And I'm pleased to announce that the candidate is Seattle's next mayor, Katie Wilson. Please give it up for Mayor-elect Katie Wilson.
Oh my gosh, it is so amazing to be here today. You all are beautiful. Here we are. Thank you to the incredible Starbucks partners and workers who are here today and fighting across the country for a fair contract and for a union. And thank you to the unions and community organizations here today who are standing with Starbucks workers. SEIU 775, SEIU 1199 Northwest, SEIU 925, SEIU 6, MLK Labor, the Democratic Socialists of America, Our Revolution, Indivisible, UA Local 32, Church Council of Greater Seattle, IATSE Local 15, and I'm sure I am missing many more.
How much money do you think goes into every single one of those unions that she mentioned on there? That all actual labor employees could be making that money.
What a day for our city, and I could not be prouder to stand here with Starbucks baristas in solidarity today. I'm asking everyone who believes in fairness, dignity, and workers' rights to stand with us on this picket line. While baristas are on strike, the baristas have shared that the best way to show our support is not to buy Starbucks in solidarity.
That is some great support for employers, isn't it? Trash the employers. That's how you get them to stay in your city. Trash the employers. Trash them because you want a raise from them. Trash them because you need them to give you employment. Trash them because they're making money and they're giving you money to work and do your labor. Trash the employers that you need to survive. Yeah, that's the way that we win. Good job.
Together we can send a powerful message. No contract. No coffee. No contract. No coffee.
Oh, hell no. No contract, no coffee? What? Oh, blasphemy, you messing with coffee? Oh, yada. So, man. I think she forgot she's the mayor. She still thinks she's an activist. Well, I guess all habits die hard.
Contract. No coffee. Baristas are the heart and soul of this company, and they deserve better than empty promises and corporate union busting. That is why I am proud to stand with union baristas in their fight for a fair contract and for a union.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. All I can say is this. If they are going after Starbucks, because they do this all the time. It's not the first time. They keep going after Starbucks. I get it. The owner is a millionaire. So freaking what? It's his investment. He's multiplying the money. He's making the changes. He's making the sack. He's making the moves. Guess what? Every single one of those barista employers, why don't you go make your own Starbucks? Why don't you go make your own espresso stand? Go make your own business. Go do your own stuff and see what happens. Just saying. I'm just saying. If you don't like the job, just quit. Morning, Tyler. I see you. Good to see you, brother. Always good to see you. All right, let her finish.
That is why I am proud to join them on their picket line and proud to say loud and clear, I am not buying Starbucks and you should not either.
I agree, Fox.
And I would like to close with a message to Starbucks. This is your hometown and mine. Seattle's making some changes right now. And I urge you to do the right thing. Because in Seattle, when workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? Because this is your city. Thank you.
So what happens when employers' rights are under attack by idiots like her? What do we do? I don't know. What do we do when employers are under attack? What do we do? I don't know. I don't have a slogan. I don't have, oh my God, I don't have I need to think of something. I'm losing my mind, guys. And the libtards say, oh, why you always talking about conservative and Republican views? And why you always defending Trump? Because of these morons, guys. I wish that I had something better to say about them. I wish that they were smart and they used common sense, and she's way over her head. And what pisses me off is that because we have to wait for all these people to learn their lesson, others have to suffer for their mistakes. And there's nothing that we can do about it. It's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
Get the hell off the stage. I will say that to her face, by the way. My next clip, well, not that one. This one. This is Jason Rants. I actually like him. I think he's very underrated. He's got good information. And the reason why, it's just the way that YouTube promotes it. But his name is Jason Rants with a Z at the end. Okay, Rants, R-A-N-T-Z. I gotta give him credit because this young man is actually very smart. He tries to be neutral with his stories and everything. He recently interviewed our previous mayor of Seattle, which was a complete moron. But I can't even say that. I'll take that back. He wasn't a complete moron, but he is the one that had kept defending the illegal immigrants in Seattle and had caused issues. I mean, I was in Seattle. It didn't look that bad. There was a lot of spots with homeless and horrible streets. But, I mean, is all that being there, I can see a little difference from before. I mean, the area where I was, I think, is stupidly crazy now, but expensive. But it looks nice. And if people want that, then that people can get that. The problem is that they have done nothing to attract businesses, to attract corporations. Corporations don't want to do business here in Seattle. They run from Seattle. No, hell no. And, Washington State is such a potential for a lot of economical growth. Unfortunately, they want to just go socialist and go crazy, and they think that the best thing they can do is just go against Trump on everything. Instead of being the opposite. President Trump, what can we do to help? Listen, can we get you to sponsor somebody to come and do business in Seattle? We'll make sure we do some deregulating here. We'll make sure we get some permits, processed faster. Let's get some stuff going on. Let's get some money for the people. Let's create more thousands and thousands of jobs that is going to be, good payable jobs that is going to help people provide for their families, get these people off the welfare system, and at the same time, creating all those, you guys don't think about this. The more jobs that we create is not just for the benefit of the people to, buy their own food, pay electricity, pay the internet, pay for their expenses, whatever. It's not just that. Every new employee brings taxes that will help our streets, our infrastructure. Is going to help government work smoothly if they stop doing stupid-ass NGOs. There's a lot more to break out of that. But anyways, let's listen to Jason Rants and see what he has for us here. Here we go. Let me see if I have any comments on what I just said. Official says coffee from Burger King is not that bad. I say support your local espresso baristas if you want to do that. But I can tell you, I've gone to the gas station and got me some coffee for $1.75 and a big-ass coffee like this. And you know what? It's not bad. You can put all the creamer you want. You can do anything that you want on there. You know what I'm saying? It's guys, whatever you guys want. It's there. All right. But what I have just told you, let's see what what Mr. Jason has to say about it. Okay. And I left the name down there so you can see his actual name and how it's spelled rants. Okay. Let's see who else we got. Brian says 7-Eleven coffee just over $2. Hey, that's $2. This right here, this is a special mixed drink. This is a 4 shots of white coffee, 4 shots of dark coffee, and a little bit of white mocha for sweetness and flavor. And I can tell you that is expensive. It's about $9 for that drink. That means I don't get breakfast. If I'm going to buy food outside, if I'm buying a coffee like this, I am not getting breakfast. This is my breakfast. So you got to choose, you got to choose your battles. Today is Friday. And by the way, happy Friday, my Patriots. All the members that support me, thank you so much for your love and support. We are going to be doing amazing things in the future. Stick with me, and we'll keep trusting in God that we continue to move forward. Why don't you guys allow me to recognize some of you guys for being my members, and I thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it. We'll take a quick break here, and then we'll come back with the video. Yeah, with that, thank you guys. Appreciate you. I really do. Thanks, you concerned, Peter. Dennis says, true patriot, and please be respectful. Rock fan says, you report the truth. Man, somebody believes me, guys. Somebody believes me. That gives me hope that people have common sense. Thank you for your comment. I appreciate the compliment. You guys are amazing. You really are. And thank you, Brian. I love you too, brother. Man, just so you guys know, most of these guys in here are older than me, so they're pretty much like big brothers to me. And I will tell you, I am the last one of the family. Just so you know, this sounds like almost like a movie title, right? The seventh son of the seventh son of the seventh son. I think that's the name of a movie, I think. I thought it was going to be a lot better than what it... oh, man, that movie was... It was so disappointing. I was expecting a lot more. Never mind, forget about it. Listen, my grandmother was the last one of 12. My mother was the last one of 10. I am the last one of 5. My grandmother had my mother when she was 41 years old. My mother had me when my mother was 41 years old. There's 80-year difference from my grandparents' first child's birth. 80 years difference. My grandmother died in 1993, I believe, 94. She was 104 years old. That's how much history my grandmother had. She lived through the 1800s and the 1900s. Isn't that awesome? That is crazy. Late 1800s and most of the 1900s. That is unbelievable. I think it's pretty amazing. Just a little fact for you guys to munch on, okay? So with that being said, as a little brother that I have always been, I always wanted to be an older brother, and I try to treat anybody that's younger than me as my brother, and I try to be very good to them. That's just me. That's just the way that I was raised in, whatever. I believe that we would go to another CW2 if they took away coffee. That's for sure. 100%. We go to war if there's no coffee in this country. So we got to get our coffee. He says, I'm not going to lie, I love Starbucks coffee, but too much for my pocket. I cannot do it every day. I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it every day. I've done it to where like maybe 4 or 5 times, which is almost every week, every day of the week. But it's a lot of money, and I just can't afford that habit. So I have my little water boiler right here, and I got my instant coffee if I want some more coffee. That's good enough for me. That's just it's easy, convenient, and it does the job. This the difference here is that I get the white coffee and the dark coffee fast all at once. Thank you, official. Thank you, brother. God bless you and your family as well, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support. Coben, welcome, my friend. I see you. I see you. All right, well, let's listen to this guy. This guy is actually very smart. I like the way that he reports things. I'm not going to say I watch him all the time. I don't have time to watch everybody, guys. Some of you guys give me really great suggestions on people to listen to. I just don't have... I'm not God. I can't stop time and listen and know everything, okay? So give me a break from that. Let's see. Let me read the last two comments here. Cheeseburger says, what does it mean to support God? I know it may seem obvious to you, but can you prove your gestures, statements, or acts are somehow more favorable to God than anyone else? Well, I can tell you this. I have had spiritual experiences that not everybody gets, okay? I can tell you that if I didn't believe in God, if I didn't believe that Jesus Christ came and died for my sins and that I got a chance to repent, if I didn't believe that God existed and he never gave me love and I never felt him, I can tell you right now, I can probably be a serial murderer right now. I can be the most hateful person on earth. I could be doing all kinds of criminalities out of hate for life because of all the painful memories and things that I had to go through in my life. But because God is real, I am able to be the opposite of that. And I'm able to love when I should hate. And I think that, to me, is the biggest proof that God is real, because I feel him in my soul and my heart. That's the only reason. Nobody can force you to believe. Only you can choose to believe, okay? Let's see. Saltwater says, they are my adopted son or brothers from another mother. I am 60. They're in their 20s. Race is not an issue. Here as Republicans, we are not racist. We support work your ass off, earn your way. Got that right. You know, and the one thing that we do is like we don't enable laziness. We support hard working. Put your time in. Get your money in. And if you need help, we give you help. But don't be lazy. I'm a big believer. If you don't work, you don't eat. You know, the lazy are not going to be successful. That's just the way it goes. So we have to choose whether we want to get handouts and be grown on welfare, or do we want to get out of that, break that yoke and get out there and do something for ourselves. You know, I'm going to tell you this one story before we start this video, okay? Everything I tell you is true from my heart. As far as I know, it's true, okay? But this is a personal story, and I remember. See, when I went through high school, I wasn't the popular guy. I wasn't the jock, but people that picked on me found out right away that it was a bad idea, and they became friends. Okay, this is just how I am. I think that my enemies can always be my friends. As long as we get along, they will be friends for me. And well, that's what President Trump does, right? This is what I'm saying. I love President Trump. It makes sense. What he does is what I would do. And so it makes sense. And so when I was in high school, I played football, and, you know, I was a backup quarterback. So I was a full-time quarterback for junior varsity. I used to run over people. For varsity, I was the punter. I was the kicker, you know, just the punter, because I was a goalkeeper. That is my sport. Since I was 5 years old, I always played soccer. I always played goalkeeper. I love diving. I love jumping up in the air. I was very good at diving, you know, for the ball. And people were just amazed because they're like, oh, my God, this guy doesn't get hurt when he hits the ground. Well, no. I got used to it. You got to, you know, you kind of get used to hitting the ground from up to 8 feet up in the air and then just flat down, boom, on the grass, you know. You get used to it, and it was actually a good feeling. But I tell you this because of this. You know, I wasn't rich. I mean, I've been emancipated. I've been on my own since I was 16 years old. I put myself through high school, you know, to where a lot of kids that were going through high school with me, they had both parents. They got money. They were driving to school, and they dropped out. So I can tell you that the mentality of the person has a lot to do with their success. Now, I haven't been rich. Well, I have had a lot of money before, but I have made mistakes throughout my life, you know? And so I know that when President Trump has made mistakes in his life, so have I. And he's gone bankrupt many times, and he still became successful. And you know what? Here I am. I'm still trying. I'm still working on it. I am still trying to move forward. So there was this guy. His name is Joe. You know, he had everything. He had his parents. He was Mexican descent. His parents were Mexican, but they were legal, etc. And years later, you know, I had a really good job, but then I lost that job, and I had to find something. I never believe on selling drugs. I've never believed on getting rich quick, you know, type of thing. And I remember I applied for a job at Target. Yes, it's they were paying me like how much? I don't even remember. I think it was like less than half of what I was making before, and I remember that I was you know, stocking, right, restocking the shelves and stuff, and Joe comes by. Now I'm in my maybe late 20s, right, mid to late 20s, and Joe comes by. He's like, Dennis. I said, oh, hey, Joe, what's up, man? You know, hey, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I saluted him and everything, blah, 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 this. And then he says, what the F are you doing? I was like, what the F do you mean? He's like, bro. And he looks around, right? And he looks at Target like in disgust. He says, what the hell are you doing working here, bro? That's embarrassing. Oh, man. Inside my heart, he hit me. I was embarrassed when he said that. And I said, what's embarrassing about it? It's an honest living. It's an honest job. Yeah, they don't pay much, but at least I'm working. I'm not selling drugs. At least, you know. And so I did say the right things, but inside, I felt it. And I know many of you have probably gone through that in life. I felt it. You know what I'm saying? I felt it, but I had to say the opposite of what I was feeling because of what I said was true. So even though I didn't like it, I don't want to say it because it's not benefiting me, but it was the truth. It was an honest living, and I was earning my money, legit, paying taxes. You know, I'm down, but I'm not out. I'm still working. I'm still getting through it. And these people over here striking. Man. All those stories that I just told you was just to say that these people are ridiculous on going on strike because they want to make more money. You want to make more money? Go work somewhere else. That's what I think.
Washington Post editorial board issued a warning this week, one that should shake every voter who thought electing a socialist activist to run a major city was somehow some foolproof idea. In a remarkably blunt editorial, the Washington Post said Mayor-elect Katie Wilson's win kicks off what they call a high-risk socialist experiment. Their words, not mine. And the paper is very clear. This isn't just Seattle drifting further left. This is part of a national pattern of radical activists taking over major cities. They even compare Wilson directly to New York's Zohran Mamdani, and they point out that Wilson has even less experience than he does. And that lack of experience is the part the Post really drills down on. They lay out their resume for her. Odd jobs as a barista, a baker, a lab tech, a legal assistant, no meaningful management experience. And yet she's about to oversee a city with over 800,000 residents and a budget hovering around about $9 billion. Then they go even further. They highlight details most left-leaning outlets would bury. Wilson doesn't own a car. She rents a tiny 600 square foot apartment. She relies on checks from her parents back east. And the Post suggests that she's planning to replace that support with new taxes to fund free childcare and a long list of giveaways. Even more striking is the contrast that they make with Bruce Harrell. The Post calls him the best mayor Seattle's had in some time. though they do note that that's a very, very low bar. But they credit him for reducing crime, curbing open-air drug use, cleaning dangerous homeless encampments, and rebuilding police staffing. And then they warn, very directly, that Katie Wilson threatens what little stability we have left. They're especially alarmed by her tax agenda, a local capital gains tax, a digital ad tax, even a statewide wealth tax. Now, this while Seattle is already drowning under absurdly high taxes and a minimum wage that's been shutting down restaurants left and right. Our office vacancy rate, it's over 33%. Employers have been fleeing to Bellevue because it's safer and friendlier. And the Post flat out says Wilson's plans are going to accelerate the business exodus while turning Seattle into a magnet for vagrants and criminals. They even call out this fixation she has with identity politics, promising a diversity-driven cabinet, and note that none of it matters if the policies themselves make Seattle poorer and more dangerous. Yep. So here's the bottom line. When the Washington Post, one of the most reliably progressive editorial boards in this country, issues a warning this unmistakable, it tells you everything you need to know. If this is how the left is reacting, yeah, Seattle had better brace itself. Hey, it's Jason Rance.
What'd I say? What did I say? What did I say? You see what I'm saying? There you go. CJ moved his business, or is it CJ his or her? Sorry. Moved the business from Seattle to Auburn. There you go. A lot of people are moving from Seattle to Bellevue as well. Bellevue is actually high tax as well, but they are moving to different cities to where there's still going to be a lot of people in there. These are business owners that have suffered. They have invested. They have worked hard. They know what they're doing. And so whatever city they go to, they know how to advertise. They know the traffic. They know this stuff. Auburn is one of the cities in Washington State. It's what is it? Where is Auburn? Is north. Dang, what is it? From 405, I go down past Renton, exit to Auburn, east of Seattle. Right? Man, horrible. I can't see it right now, but I know exactly what Auburn is, okay? That's not one person. That is one business. And it's many businesses that have been leaving Seattle. Now, the problem with Socialist, guys, it's not the mentality of wanting to have a lot of free social services. The problem is that none of these people have any plan to raise money. They think raising money is just raising taxes. That's not how you raise money. You raise money by bringing more employment. You got to give employment. That's how you get more taxes, not by raising taxes. You got to continue to attract businesses to come and be in your city. If I'm talking to the mayor of Everett, same thing. What are you doing to attract people to your city? The mayor is Snohomish, the mayor of Marysville, the mayor of every city. What are you doing to attract people to your city? What have you done for your people? Jeffrey says, it baffles me how young people keep voting for them. That's because they have no life experience. That it is what it is. Ron says, why you got a puckered orange ring around your neck? What the hell is he talking? See, this is the problem. Maybe this is one of those young, dumb kids. Let's see. What do we got? What else we have? Alexa says, seriously, can't even speak proper English. See what I'm saying? This is what we have to deal with when we're talking truth. We get moronic people that come in here, and they have no clue. They have no clue how life works. They have no clue. They've been fed with a little silver spoon, and they don't know how to take care of themselves. That is crazy. Saltwater says that, Jeffrey, that's why they teach in school. That's what they teach in school. That's why so many Republicans homeschool. Colleges are the worst. And there you go. Thank you, Saltwater, for that comment. That is exactly right. I'm this close, as I said, from taking out my kids. I just, I don't want to make it worse for them. If I know exactly, what I need to homeschool, I think that I would just take my kids out of school. I'd rather than do homework here, etc. I'm not a musician, so I can't teach my children music, and they like music, so they learn that in school. My daughter's doing very good with the trumpet. But, there's little things like that bother me. Let's see, I-5 South, south of the main airport. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Appreciate it, Cheeseburger. It's more than one person, and several of my colleagues have moved their companies out of Ballard or Seattle to Tacoma and Auburn. Man, I'm telling you guys, I'm not just spitballing out here, man. There's a lot of, hey, I'm glad that you guys are in Washington. There is a chance that I'm going to run for governor here. You guys better vote for me. And you guys better show up. You don't show up, we don't win. We're going to start a movement here seriously very soon. But right now, we're just getting started. CJ says, oh, yeah, that's right. Auburn, south of Seattle, south of Canton. The people still won't know what the hell that means if they're not from Washington. I just know where it is. I know how to get there. That's all I know. AK says, and not have so many people using the benefits rather than put into it. Yeah, I agree. It used to be in the 90s. I remember that there was like over $2 billion that was not being used in SNAP welfare. Can you imagine that? Like that money keeps recycling because not everybody knows you cannot abuse the system. But now they are allowed to abuse the system. And that's the problem. And I think that if we don't talk about it, it's just going to keep happening. I want everybody to be taken care of. I really do. I want everybody to have a nice life, to be able to be self-dependent at the same time, be able to raise your children at home. And I want all of that stuff. But if we keep getting taxes raised, if we start chasing companies away from our cities, we're just never going to see the benefit. Look at right now, your gas is about $2.64. And how much are you paying at the pump? $3.66. And that is a Costco, by the way. So imagine that. Your gas is actually $2.62, but you're paying $3.66 at the pump. That adds up, especially when you have big cars. Imagine filling up a big diesel truck. How much money is that? It's a lot of money. And what does that do? It causes for transfers of products to be more expensive. It causes for producing that food to be more expensive. And the more expensive it is, the more tax will be collected on that. You see, everybody has to collect the tax. Sales tax and a resale tax. So there's a lot of ways that people don't think about. They just think of one thing and they think that's it. I figured life out. No, it's not. Let's see what else we got. Damage says, I'm glad my kids are graduating. Oh, man. My last one is 12. I still got a long way. I just need them to graduate high school. That's all I want. They don't have to go to college. You know what? I'll figure out some business that they can do. I'm telling you that right now. There's other things that you can do. As a matter of fact, very soon on my channel, I'm going to grab all my stuff out of the storage that I have, and I'm going to have to start making some merch. So pretty soon you'll see this black sweater right here. And it's going to have the Dennis Herrera show on it in vinyl on the sweater. And maybe I can have different sayings on there and somebody likes it, you can get it. For example, I'm thinking of having DHS on the sweater. And then, of course, right underneath, the Dennis Herrera show. That way you guys don't get beat up on the street. If you care about that, all right? All right, let me read a couple of comments before we go to DeSantis. He is making a speech as we speak, I think. Let's see. Susie says, I raised 6 children and had 2 jobs. Oh, man. Still never qualify for anything. I'm old, retired, still don't qualify. My son said, what? Oh, my gosh, dude. Susie, I'm so sorry. That is so unfair. very unfair. Uh, yeah, that's not cool. Not cool. Not cool. They say by the time I retired, I can retire at 62, and my Social Security will be $2,800 a month by the time I'm 62. If I wait until I'm 67, who knows if I'm going to make it there, but if I wait until I'm 67, I get the full benefit of $3,200 a month. That is my Social Security if it still exists by the time I retire. We probably won't have a Social Security by then. But that is ridiculous. 6 children, $758 for Social Security. Wow. That's a lot. And you say you didn't qualify for anything? That is ridiculous. How can you not? 6 children. You should be able to qualify for free health care and food stamps and maybe not cash, because I think once you're making money, they don't want to give you cash. You see, the welfare system is made to keep you enslaved to it, to make you depend on it, so that way they can do whatever the hell they want with you. And see, that's the problem, that we have a lot of people on SNAP benefits, and they don't see the difference on the food prices going up. They don't see the difference on the items that they get for free. So they keep voting in for the same people because they don't care. They're just leeches. They suck all the benefits from everybody else, and they think as long as they're fine, who cares if they raise prices? They don't have to pay it. They just got to keep getting, hey, money, mine. Give me more. That's how they think. I have a problem with that. Let's see. What else we got? One more. Liberty for all. MindSpeak says keep raising the tax on big companies and they will move out. You will still get the product, but on higher cost, and you will lose jobs. Simple. That is key. If you lose jobs in your city, not only are you losing jobs, but you're losing taxes that you could be collecting. You're losing money that is going to be given into housing authorities. You're losing money that go into food. You're losing money that's going to go into the gas. Everybody that works will benefit the whole community, different businesses. If you're making enough money and you give yourself a luxury of a massage, that is great. You're paying for a service. You want that, you pay for it. It's the luxury that you give yourself. All right? Nothing about brown nosing. And since you said that right here, Claude, let me go ahead and give you some news. I was at the casino the other day picking up my mother-in-law from bingo. And there is a man that works there, and we're friends because I used to work at the casino as well. I used to be security for the casino. And he knows I'm a Trumpster. He knows I support President Trump 100%. This is MAGA country, by the way, if you didn't know and you are new to my channel. This is a channel for patriots that believe America first. So anyways, there's this big Mexican sitting there, and we're all talking. He's from Panama. I'm from Honduras, and then the Mexican's sitting there. And, he's like, oh, hey, you see this guy right here? He's a Trumpster. And I looked at him, and I said, yeah, that's right. I said, I am. I'm a Trump supporter, 100%. And he says, oh, so you're a brown noser, just like Claude over here said, right, on his first comment. Glad I caught it. And I said, well, what do you mean by brown noser? Well, because you're saying all these nice things about him. And I say, that's not brown nosing. Let me tell you what the difference is between brown nosing and just supporting somebody and believing in what they do. Here's brown nosing. You're a criminal. You're a horrible person. I don't want anything from you. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. But I need your help. So I'm going to say, you know what? I respect you. You're a man of character. You're very successful. And well, to be honest, I look up to you. That is brown nosing. Now, what I do for President Donald Trump, it's not brown nosing. It's just simply stating facts. He said that we should secure the border. Congress and Democrats says, oh, it cannot be done from day to night. It will take years. Well, it didn't. when President Trump came in, it was almost overnight. They lied. He was honest. When he put tariffs, I said, let's do it. Go on with it. Democrats, economists, all these people, oh my Lord, the Great Depression is coming. And I stood there and I said, no. He needs to bring people down here to negotiate with us. Guess what? A lot of people make a lot of millions of dollars on the stock market. All those who are smart that were able to invest made a lot of money. And I know the stock market goes up and down all the time, but I have seen it going up and up and up daily. And that, my friends, is the truth. And that's why I say it. So it's not brown-nosing. I'm just stating facts. You see, when somebody does something good, you should appreciate it and you should speak about it. Instead of just spewing hate and lies to other people, the best thing you can do is be honest with yourself. Even if you don't like that person, if they're doing a good job, you thank them for it. You congratulate them. You tell them you did a good job. You know why? Because every time that they're doing a bad job, all they hear is negative, negative, negative. They're going to continue to do the bad job. But if you're able to give them some sort of reward or some sort of praise for something that they do good, they're going to like that feeling and be like, hey, that guy actually supported me. Maybe I am doing something right. Maybe I like how that felt. I think I'm going to do more right things. I'm going to try to be better each day. I like the feeling of being recognized. And that's what I believe in. You see, when I work for a company, every time I get interviewed, they always ask me, how much money you want to make? Well, I say, how much money are you starting at? Well, this much? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I will take that. But within 3 months, after I show you what I got, I want this. And you know what? The company hired me. I took the job. I went and worked for them. They love the way I work. Let me tell you that the difference between what they started me at and what they pay me after 3 months was a $7 difference an hour. I earned my money. I know my job, and I'm very good at it. It doesn't matter what job I do. I'm a quick learner, and that's a skill that not everybody possesses. And the best thing is I am not lazy. I get up early. I show up on time every day. I do my work faster than the average person does, and better and more accurate. So I'm very grateful for that skill. But you see, every time we talk about the boss, I always said, you know what? They got a new Tesla? Hey, man, they should get a better one. I always bless the boss, the owners, because there was over 600 employees in this company. And I always said, that's a lot of money that they got to pay. That's a lot of stress to be able to make that profit, to keep paying all these people. So the fact that they appreciated me and paid me accordingly, I was very happy with it. I thought it was fair. Was I being a brown noser because I was giving thanks to the company, the owner, and the appreciation and all the hard work that they do so that this company continues to move on and pay good wages to people? That's not brown nosing. That's being appreciative. And I've always been like that. And I was raised that way by my mother. And so I will never stop doing that at all. Mr. Smith or Ms. Smith, welcome. Let's see. The Comanche says, Mr. Foos, we judge based on the content of your actions, not what you support. Being hateful towards people that don't agree with you actually reveals the type of person you are. I hope that that you grab some wisdom in life and know that sometimes when somebody yells at you, maybe you did something wrong. Sometimes people yell at you because they literally are crazy. You know what I mean? And that happens. But it is up to you. It is up to you on how how you want to receive praise or how you want to be appreciated. It could be either by money, it could be either by simply the boss acknowledging that you're doing a great job and how important you are to that company. I think both of those two things are important to me, but if I don't have appreciation with it, it's a turnoff. It's a turnoff for me. So that's my thing right there. All right. And let's see. Let's go ahead and take a listen here to DeSantis. Let's see what he's got to say. He says DeSantis news conference in Crystal River. Governor DeSantis is holding a news conference Friday morning. I don't know what it's about. Doesn't say. So let's watch it, guys. This just happened earlier today. Let me try to put this center on for you, just so you guys can get a better view. Give sec. I hate it when they do that. They disable the chat, and then the screen just becomes all crazy. All right, let's go ahead and listen to that. The difference is the first job had a union. Hey, Ken, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Glad I saw that before I started playing this video. I hate not being able to say hi to you guys when you come in. God bless every single one of you guys for being in here. God bless your families. Thank you so much for supporting my channel. Thanks for the likes, guys. How many likes do we have so far? I can't tell on this one right here. Let me see. Did we get 100 yet? Oh, man. That's pathetic. 46 likes. I'm not feeling the love. Come on. You guys get to sit here and ask me questions. All I ask is a little like on the video, and I'll appreciate it. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Please be seated. We're excited to be back in Crystal River. I do, before we get into today, just want to let everyone know we are monitoring situation in Indian River County. We had 3 officers that have been shot, a suspect. There's just a lot going on. But just know Florida Department of Law Enforcement is engaged, working with the sheriff and the local community. And we'll hope for the best results out of that. It's always great to be back in Crystal River. We came last year and did the $2.8 million, which I know was something that was really significant, and we wanted to be able to help the community. And I usually don't come empty-handed, so you can probably assume, I'm going to be cutting some more checks today, and you would be right. And so we're happy to do it. So we've got a number of folks with us here. We have our Commerce Secretary, Alex Kelly. We have Representative Groh from the Florida House, Citrus County Commissioners, Levy County Commissioners, Citrus County Sheriff David Vincent, Newberry Mayor Tim Martin, Crystal River Mayor Joe Meek, Richard Wiggins, of course, the co-owner of Bayside Craft Kitchen, where we're at here in Crystal River. And I mean, how nice is this? This is like Chamber of Commerce stuff, right? I mean, this is that. And then we have Charles Garza, President and CEO of Harvest Singularity in Newberry. We were here, we were just reminiscing about 2023. We had Idalia that hit, I think it was Taylor County was where it the eye made landfall. But then here we are, maybe like 100 miles further south, or certainly a decent chunk, and you saw, real significant water in Crystal River. So we toured, we saw all that, and then I know Helene was a big deal as well. Of course, that had big impacts really up and down the entire west coast of Florida, and a storm that didn't even hit Florida until it got to the very northern part of Florida, and yet still 100 miles off the coast was doing that. So, and then I know we worked to help with the debris after Helene and before Milton, because you have Helene, there's debris, people worried, and Milton starts coming, and so we were happy to really streamline that. I mean, it even got to the point where we said it's got to be 24/7 on the landfills to be able to dump the debris. And one of the counties locked their landfill, so we had Florida Highway Patrol. I mean, they snipped the locks and opened it back up, and we just kept things rolling, because that's just how we do things, and we want to get the job done. So we're now here, we're the week before Thanksgiving, and we did not have a hurricane impact not only in Florida, but in the entire continental United States. And these things do historically, if you look, I mean, they do kind of come in bunches. You know, we had 10 years where we had no storm, no hurricane hit Florida, I think until 2016, 2017 period. And then since then, you know, we've had 6 major hurricanes in 7 years. And that's difficult to deal with. Now, we deal with it better than anybody. If you had that happen almost any other place in the country, yeah, it would just be done, right? I mean, they wouldn't do. So we've got a lot of resilience. We've got a lot of folks that do a good job, but we're really glad to have not had to deal with it. I mean, we're technically still in the season. You could get something, and so I mean, it's not impossible, but I think most people feel like this has been a positive season for all of us, and we needed it, and we're going to keep going forward. Now, which brings us here today is. We really believe in communities all throughout Florida. We're not just focused on the places that everybody, you go to different parts of America, well, particularly you go to like the Northeast, like they think all of Florida is basically just Palm Beach to Miami, right? Like that's what they think of Florida. They don't think of Citrus County. They don't think of Levy County. They don't think of any of that. But we know obviously we've got a lot going, and we want to be helpful. And we were just at the Rural Economic Conference yesterday in Ocala. The thing about it is, I could bring like $50 million to Miami or Tampa or something. It's almost like, okay, not that people don't appreciate, but you bring support for some of the rural, I mean, they really appreciate it, and the money goes a lot farther to do some of the things that they're doing. So we've been a big advocate of really doing this, and I know you've had great legislators in the area. You had a great senator here, Blaise Ingoglia. And when the CFO position became vacant, the governor has to appoint a replacement. He was a clear choice to do that, just given his track record, awesome. And I knew he would do good, but I will tell you, he's exceeded expectations. He's out there. There's nobody that's stronger in defending taxpayers in Florida than Blaise has been, and he's holding account. Yes, some of these liberal mayors for overspending, but there are also red counties that are overspending, like Manatee, and he's held them accountable. So I think he's done a really, really good job, and I know, he's from just south of here in Hernando, but you guys should be proud of the job he's doing. And I know, is Ralph here? So you got... So you got a good one incoming, and like these special, it takes a long time. It's like Blaise we did like months ago, but by the time you do the primary and all that, but I was really pleased to support Ralph on day one. He's done a fantastic job in the legislature, and we'll pick up right where Blaise left off in the Florida Senate. So congratulations. I know the election's coming up, but I wouldn't... I wouldn't want to be opposite Ralph with the D next to my name. I know that on the ballot, so I think he's going to do pretty good. We are, we're proud of having led on so many different things in terms of economic opportunity, but we're in a period of economic uncertainty for this country. I think if you look around, so much of this it's been driving the stock market and all this is basically these big tech companies, the Magnificent Seven, and it's all about artificial intelligence, which, by the way, it's a whole nother conversation. We're going to be rolling out some good policies on AI. There's some people saying, well, the federal government should just take over and not let the states do anything. I reject that. I mean, I think, we have a responsibility to stand up for you. So, for example, I think it's wrong if they come in to build a data center and then charge the normal customers higher for electricity. We're not going to let that happen. That's not right. I think it's wrong if they are using your likeness and putting out, false information under you, because sometimes it's hard to even tell, it is. I think it's wrong if things are targeting children. particularly for sexual exploitation. And we've seen technology being done this is kind of take it to a whole new level. So we're going to defend, our right to be able to basically protect your freedom. And the way I view it is, yes, my job is to protect your freedom from government. In the state of Florida, we have millions of more people than New York State. Our budget's less than half of their budget. We have the lowest number of state government workers per capita in the entire country. So we've got a very lean government, and I think we've done it well. And we fought Biden a lot when Biden was in there. We sometimes have to fight some of the local governments during COVID. They wanted to put people in jail for not wearing masks. I said that ain't gonna fly in Florida. And so we went down to Broward County and we basically stopped the madness. They wanted to do the masking of these poor kids in school. And I was like, not going to happen. So we did an executive order. So that is obviously it. But your freedom can also be undermined by these massive companies that have hugely concentrated power and have massive impact over our society, over speech. We were doing COVID. I'd bring in these great guys, Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford. He's now the director of NIH. At the time, he was one of a few lonely voices speaking out against Fauciism and saying, no, you don't do this stuff. We would do roundtables, and I'd have people from Oxford, like really good people, but they were counter the narrative. And so what did Google and they would take our videos down. Our stuff would get censored. Well, I'm sorry, like that impacts your freedom to communicate. If they'll say, oh, well, it's a private company. Yeah, but how much speech goes on, and just a handful of these companies control so much of it. So I think your freedom can be impacted by a handful of massive companies. And so we just want to make sure that we're protecting people's freedom to be able to make the most of their God-given ability, have a good life here, prosper, get ahead. Government can be an impediment to that, but so can some of these really. And oh, by the way, a lot of those companies have been working very closely with government over the years. I mean, they weren't censoring just willy-nilly. They were doing that at the behest of people like Fauci. So we're very mindful of all that. So we're gonna make sure that we have a really robust, I think, package that's going to just put Floridians first and put our people first, and that spans across a lot of things. But there's a lot of uncertainty because they're projecting, profits on the back of this. So they're spending all this money. I mean, unbelievable amounts of money, to create. They're building a data center in Louisiana that's the size of Manhattan. They're doing it in these other places. And it's like, okay, you need this infrastructure, you got to have all this for computing. But the problem is, something like OpenAI, they're not making a lot of money. I mean, they're not making any net profit, but their revenues. So it's like, where are you going to go? And like, if that doesn't pan out, then you're going to start to see all kinds of shock waves go through the entire economy. And I think what we've done in Florida, we've been ranked #1 economy 3 years in a row by both CNBC and U.S. News World Report, but we have a lot more durability than we used to have. We have way more manufacturing. We've added tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs just since I've been governor. We've got a huge space industry that is booming. Unlike, I remember 15 years ago it was dead, right? Obama retired the shuttle, totally dead. We have that. We do have a lot of finance that have moved out of New York City. I mean, wouldn't you, if with the way it's been governed? I mean, like, and now they're gonna have a new mayor, and people are gonna be longing for people like De Blasio because this guy's gonna be more left than him, and it's not gonna be good for public safety and all these other things. So we're doing that, and we want to make sure we continue to do it. But there's certain things that that are not susceptible to necessarily what the market's doing, what the Fed is doing, what Congress is doing, because Congress isn't going to do the right thing. So you have all this. The things that we can do to be helpful are really on supporting infrastructure, making sure that communities are able to bounce back if we do end up having storms in the future. Making sure that we're paving the way to have more economic opportunity. And one of the tools that we have for that is something called the Job Growth Grant Fund. It's a fund that the governor is able to do projects. So the locals submit their projects, And sometimes they'll say, hey, we're going to do 10 million, can you do 5 or whatever, and however they want to do it. And then our Commerce Department evaluates it, and then we kind of make decisions, what can get the most bang for the buck. And so, there's a lot of things that are done that are good. We've done a lot on job training. We've done expanding commercial truck drivers, which I think is really important, and they need to know English when they're driving these trucks. I mean, how stupid can you be to put somebody, now we don't do it, but California, putting people behind the wheel who can't read the street signs, can't read what's on the interstate. It's just insane. So we've worked on that. We've worked on concrete skills in high schools and in state colleges so that you do. And that's a whole nother thing with this artificial intelligence. People are almost bragging about it. They think it's like a good thing that it's going to take all these jobs away from people. I don't think it's a good thing if people do. But the question is and whether that's true or not, the people that have the concrete vocational skills, like that's going to be necessary. You're going to continue to need that. HVAC, you're going to continue to need welding, you're going to continue to need all that stuff for the foreseeable future. So we've worked hard to do it. And, so they'll do it, and we'll look to see, okay, what does this do? What does this do? I was telling the story yesterday in Ocala. They came to me a couple years ago, probably about 2 years ago, for an interchange off I-75. And, I-75 in Ocala can be a problem. We're actually doing a lane expansion there, and that's all underway. We accelerated that by a decade. So hopefully, that'll offer relief. But they're like, hey, we want to build this. And I'm like, all right. So I'm looking at the thing, and they're like, yeah, we think we can, if you do an interchange here, if you do an exit, we can, create a pathway to an industrial park. I'm like, okay. And then they're like, and we think we also, may be able, to go and you can do something else or whatever. And I'm like, all right, yeah, it's good. And, but I hear a lot of this stuff. And then finally they're like, oh yeah, and if you do that, they're going to put a Buc-ee's in right there. And I was like, all right, well, I'm sold. I'm doing it, Buc-ee's. Like, no question. So they actually are doing Buc-ee's off I-75 in Ocala. And so you guys, when you're doing, if you go north on 75, I don't know exactly, do you know when it's going to, 2026? Yes. 7 or 6? 2026, you'll be able to do it. Have you guys been to Buc-ee's? Okay. If you haven't, look, nobody knows more about service stations than me, okay? Because I travel the state. I've been to almost every Wawa. I've been to Busy Bee. I've been to, all these places. And so I know. So we have 2 Buc-ee's, and it's from Texas. One is in St. Augustine off 95, World Golf Village exit. The other is off in Daytona off the LPGA Boulevard exit. And so we went to the opening of the LPGA Daytona one, and we're cutting the ribbon, all this other stuff. But you go in there, and I've been in. I mean, for a service station, it's Shangri-La, right? I mean, 90 gas pumps. You go in, it's like a department store. I mean, you can get clothes and all this other stuff, whatever. Then they have unbelievable drinks, like any kind of drink you want, and they have a barbecue made to order, just doing brisket and doing all this. They're doing, a lot of times they'll have delis where they're doing stuff like Wawa does. They have fudge, a fudge station where they're churning out fudge. Then they have they make their own jerky, and then they have these things called beaver nuts. So it's all these other things. So I will tell you, I mean, you go in there, I mean, it is just, I mean, it's swamped. It's like a kind of an experience. So you guys are going to get one pretty close to here, and I think that you'll like it. I don't know, just anecdotally, I go to a lot of different places. I mean, the Buc-ee's customers, if that was what kind of the whole voter pool things, I think I'd get 90% of the, I mean, unbelievable just how it is. So it's good. So we do different things like that, and then we also have other ways to be able to make an impact for local communities, and we've done that over the years. So we have the Job Growth Grant Fund. We also have the CBDG Disaster Recovery Program that we work with the federal government on, and to be able to do it. So today we're able to take both of those pots and do things to really make a difference. And so I'm proud to continue the investments in our Florida communities. Today We are going to award $23.5 million to 3 of our communities, Citrus County, Levy County, and the city of Newberry, to strengthen their critical infrastructure. These investments will support continued growth in the economy, long-term resilience, and improve quality of life. So in Citrus County, we're awarding $16.4 million through this. You didn't even know what it's for yet. I guess you figure it's going to be good, right? So $16.4 million to replace a sanitary sewer system following the intrusions that we saw in the 2023 and 2024 storms. This has been an outdated system. It's limited the county's ability to grow by upgrading it. We're going to protect homes, businesses from future storm impacts, but also obviously serving for the overall economic base as well. And so this program opened on July 1st, 2025. Florida Commerce received more than $1.9 billion in requests for the $400 million available. So there are many needs that people want, and we're glad that Citrus County is able to have snagged a good chunk of that. City of Newberry. Who's from Newberry here? What do we have? Yeah. Have any of you been to Newberry? Okay. So, you know, it's like Alachua County politically is tough, right? But Newberry is like, I mean, it's like you wouldn't know it's there. It's a little bit different ball of wax. So, City of Newberry, we're proud to award $5.6 million through the Job Growth Grant Fund to support roadway and water infrastructure improvements at the Newberry F300 Ag Food Tech Innovation Park. So, congratulations on that. And you'll hear from one of the speakers about why that is important. And then finally, Levy County, $1.5 million through our Job Growth Grant Fund for critical water infrastructure in Chiefland and its surrounding rural communities, including Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key. And, you know, there's a lot of people maybe in different parts of Florida that had never heard of Horseshoe Beach or Cedar Key until the storms, and then people would see, you know, the storms. I mean, we had a Dahlia in 23, then we had Debbie, which was not a major hurricane, but was a hurricane in August of 24. Then we had Helene, and then Milton didn't impact that far north as much. But those, you know, 3 storms in about a 13-month period, you know, that was a really, really big deal, and it impacted those areas in a really big way. And I'll tell you, so we were at Gainesville, actually, University of Florida. We created something called the Hamilton School for Classical Learning and Citizenship. And, you know, it's basically like doing what the Academy should have been doing this whole time, which is focus on the things that really matter, great books, Western civilization, foundations of America. And, you know, we've brought in people because we had to change the way, you know, people would always tell me, why are these universities indoctrinating? Why can't we do it? And part of the reason is, it's like, guys, okay, you want to bring in somebody different? They go in front of the faculty that are already there. Well, guess what? If you don't toe the line, you think you're getting tenure from those people? No. So they enforce intellectual conformity through having the faculty able to veto, you know, new professors coming in. So we worked with the legislature. We changed the law in Florida. And we said 2 things. 1, all tenured professors must undergo review every 5 years and can be terminated for poor performance. 2, the presidents of the universities and the boards of trustees, you know, they can directly recruit professors to the university without being subjected to the faculty veto. So we've been able to bring in. We brought the top Civil War scholar from Princeton, is now at Hamilton School. This great scholar from Harvard. He had been at Harvard for 40 years and he couldn't take it anymore, and so he's coming to UF. And then we had a lot of these young people. Like, some of these professors are coming up to me and they look like they're in their 20s, like very young. I think they're probably older than that, from Oxford and from Cambridge and Vanderbilt and all these places, you know, coming down there. But anyways, I was telling them, And I was like, have you guys gotten to explore Florida or whatever? And, some of them were like, well, we went to Miami. We did not, I'm not saying don't do that, but I was like, if you go from Alachua, if you just go like to the West Coast, like this area, look at the Springs, you look at places like Levy County, you look at places like that. I mean, it's old Florida, right? It's really, really pretty. And I mean, I remember going when we were doing some of the hurricane response last year, we're doing stuff, we're helping out checks. So we stopped at one of the places for lunch. I think we were probably in either Steinhatchee or Horseshoe Beach. Maybe we were Steinhatchee. And I go to this place, this family-owned restaurant. We're eating lunch. And, the fella comes up to me. He's like, do you like stone crabs? And I'm like, is hell hot? I mean, of course I like stone. I mean, and so he brings these massive stuff. I mean, like way bigger than I've ever seen in the Keys, or even like Joseph. I mean, like just massive. And it's like, this fresh stuff. It's all. So I tell him, I was like, you guys have got some really great stuff, right at your fingertips, which is, a different pace. And I'm not saying like, look, you have like, hotels and condos like on South Beach, whatever. I mean, like there's a place for that, but that's not what you want for the entire state, right? So you go and you're able to do this and they're like, oh man, I want to go check it out. I remember coming, we used to do the springs and we could go, swim in some of these areas. I remember as a kid, Ted Williams had his museum here, the Hitters Hall of Fame. And, he used to fish here and stuff. So as a kid, I came up and I went and we were in Dunedin. So it was like an hour and a half drive. You go and you got to see it's probably longer than that because I don't think they had the expressway at the time. That expressway makes it a lot easier to get to Tampa and up. So you do that and you've seen that and I'm looking around. I'm like, man, this is really, really nice. So we really believe that there's a lot of great stuff. And the hurricanes obviously are tough. But I think people have bounced back as good as they can. So here in Levy County, this is going to be really important to make sure that they get this situated because they've got a lot of great stuff there. It's really, really cool part of Florida. So all right, we're going to do the checks. We'll take some photos. Then I'm going to invite the other speakers up. So who do we have first? Citrus. All right.
16.4 million.
Hold on, we got one more coming. I'm sure. If you can hold your cameras down, please hold your cell phones down.
Let's get a big smile right here. Camera on top. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Got it? All right. Congratulations. Thanks so much. Yeah. City of Newberry. All right. The Gators going to beat the Knowles next weekend? Yes or no?
Right there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So we have more Seminole fans than Gator fans here today. Is that? Yeah. I've said this a lot. Like my kids growing up in Tallahassee, that's what they know. Like they are like super diehard for FSU, right? And it's like whatever, that's what they know. But it's at to the point where like, someone gave me I got some type of baseball that had a Gator emblem on it, and so I gave it to my son. And he saw the Gator, he just threw it down. He's like very crazy with all this stuff. And I'm like, man, you're very rabid on this. And I didn't teach him this. In fact, we're watching, this was a couple weekends ago, we had Navy and Notre Dame we're playing. And I go to, and he's in second grade. I'm like, hey buddy, where would you rather go to college, Navy or Notre Dame? And his answer was Florida State. All right, Levy.
Man, Florida is lucky, man.
All right, big smile over right there. 1, 2, 3. Big smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay.
You know what's crazy to me is how Florida has all these hurricanes and all these other, alligators and crocodiles that people complain about, and and the heat and all this other stuff. But even after having all those threats and disasters going on, how are they better than Seattle, Washington? It just blows my mind. Washington State is a beautiful state, but man, I think you can see a difference when government is doing the right things for the people, not for themselves. Man, I'm telling you, hats off to DeSantis. The only problem is that he will put people to sleep. That's why he didn't win as president. He's just not that, he doesn't have that strong, aggressive energy that somebody needs to have in order to be able to have people respect them. And I'm talking about leaders that are communists and they're tough people. They don't really care about your feelings and things like that. And I don't know. I got this whole thing about you got to be tough. You got to be a great leader, but you got to be able to be strong, because nobody follows a weak leader.
Okay, Alex Kelly, come on up.
Well, Governor, thank you so much. Again, Alex Kelly, Secretary of Commerce. Governor, thank you. The projects that you're announcing today, they really are part of a focus that you constantly direct us to take a look at projects that have, first, I think, a layer of infrastructure readiness, creating that resilient, permanent infrastructure for communities. But it never stops there. It's a focus. All three of these projects then really feed into readiness for the workforce, and ultimately helping all three communities that we're celebrating today, I think, really have the kind of assets and resources that make job creation possible and sustainable and supportable. I really want to thank, from our department, we've gotten to work with a number of individuals in the room, but also outside this room. Here in Citrus County, we worked a lot with a number of people, a number of the commissioners. I don't know if Commissioner Bays is here, but we've worked with her quite a bit. Steve Howard, Steve Bayham, and I will say too, Mayor Meek, you have to be a good luck charm for Citrus County, because I think, Governor, every time you're here, I think every time that Mayor Meek is in the room with you, either you or the First Lady give a check out to somebody in Citrus County. So,
Hell yeah.
Just keep showing up. In Levy County, Chair Mills, and I want to thank, he's not here, but Jeff Hendry from the North Florida Economic Development Partnership really represents the interests of Levy County at all times as well too. Mayor Martin from Newberry, Scott Engel from UF IFAS is here as well. Has been a tremendous partner on this project. Charles Garza, it's been great to hear from you and learn about Harvest Singularity and your investment, not just in Newberry, but your investment as you're planning for really throughout the state. I want to give a big thanks to Representative J.J. Grow. We spent a lot of time. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and pause it there. I'll save you guys the torture of falling asleep with these leaders in Florida. But hats off, man. That's absolutely. Florida State is lucky to have DeSantis, and the best thing about it is that there is also other candidates that will also be great for Florida. I have a brother, I got a cousin, I got some people that live in Florida. I know one of my cousins tells me that I should move to Florida. He lives down in the Miami area. He makes good money doing what he does, but I have to think about the trip down to Florida. It has to be, obviously, my wife and my kids, and, we got to start over with everything. And, who knows, maybe if I pull the trigger and I do the whole homeschooling thing, it might just not be too bad, and just kind of get my kids out of trouble from school as well. Yeah, I know, official, man, that was tough. But he is a great governor. I think he does a lot for the people. And I think, now here, this is what I think. I wouldn't be hard on the mayor of Seattle, running as a socialist. Whatever, to each his own. The people going to vote whoever they want to vote for. But the problem is that none of these people have, I don't think you have to have all this experience in business and all this stuff. I mean, I mean, I got experience on business. Here, this is a couple of reasons why I fail as a business owner. Okay, I don't have the drive for marketing, telemarketing, etc. I'm horrible at telemarketing and marketing. I always believe in giving fair prices for my service, and sometimes that backfires. You know, sometimes people wing it and they actually raise the prices of their service or products, and people tend to go more for that. But I have failed because I've always tried to be fair in business, and I found that when I try to be too lowball charging, people think that the quality of my service is not going to be that good, even though I have 100% satisfaction on the businesses that I have run myself. I still couldn't sustain it. There's just I never had enough capital to do the businesses that I needed to, and one of them was was in electronics, and then the other one was in photography, and I mean I still do photography, but after COVID, canceled all my contracts, no weddings and etc. And I couldn't get back up after that. I went and grabbed a job. I did security for the casino, and I actually liked it. But there's always going to be people that envy you and hate you for doing a good job. Maybe they will get a little resentment, thinking that you're going to take their position or whatever. But I always thought I got to do my best job. I got to do the best that I can do, and sometimes it feels like being the nice guy. It only makes you a loser. But I would not change it because I had to be true to myself. And I feel like if you do your job with with your heart and you have good work ethics, that you're going to be successful in life in one way or another, whether you make a lot of money or you're satisfied with your level of life. Everybody has a different level of life that they'll be happy with. I want to show you a photo here of our previous president, Biden. Governor Newsom says, "Happy birthday, President Joe Biden. We miss having a president who has a physical stamina and functioning brain." This is Joe Biden before he fell off the bike and couldn't get back up. Here's a photo of Joe Biden. That's horrible. I apologize. Man. Oh, remember the people you are arguing with thought this man was competent. Happy birthday, Joe Biden. Happy birthday. All right, and then what do we got in old news here? Oh, do you still consider Joe Biden a great leader? Yeah, I don't think he ever was. Tucker Gorser, imagine losing your job because you can't speak good English. That's what's happening to truckers during random DOT inspections. They are being pulled over, forced to read, write, and speak English on the spot. If they fail, they're fined, shut down, fired. Doesn't matter how long you've been driving. If you fail the English test, you are done. Sometimes I pronounce it the wrong way. I apologize about that time. Oh, man. Let's see. Gavin Newsom says the President of the United States of America just called for the death of Democratic lawmakers. Seditious behavior punishable by death. I like how that's what they got out of it. I know that you guys know what that means. He's not talking about go kill these traitors that made that little video. Oh, here's some thought. What's your first thought when you see this in church? Oh, sorry. Gavin Newsom. Man, I'm choking. Man. What is your thought when you see this in church? Do you really think that they are there to worship God? Do you think they are there to humble themselves? Do you think they are there to deny themselves, to follow God? Or do you think they are proud and they keep themselves from God? I like how they use one of the devil's sins, one of the deadly sins. They use that to promote this fake church. Unbelievable. Yeah, there's a better example. There you go. I agree with the photo. I agree. Uh-oh. ICE agent pepper sprays liberal terrorists surrounding his vehicle. Oh, yeah, there you go. Get some. Get some. Get it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Oh, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I've only had 1.5 hours of sleep. But we're going to continue pushing on. I want to point something out, guys, with this Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, I know that one, man. I want to point something out, guys. Every time, and it is becoming more and more obvious, and I'm sure that you guys are aware of this, and I don't have to tell you. But it's become very obvious that these people are out there with their phones, and they are looking for trouble. They are seriously, literally looking for trouble so that they can record, catch these ICE agents, in the act, so to speak. And then they twist the video, they twist the evidence, and then they go and show that to make them look bad. But look at this. That picture right there. I don't know what you think about this. But this, my friends, let me go ahead and try to make this bigger for you guys so you can see it. That's such a small screen. Try to make it as big as I can. When you guys look at this, okay, does that look like a safe scene where ICE agents can do their job? No, all these people are in here. They are putting ICE agents' life in danger. These people are not going to be happy until some lunatic goes amongst them and does something stupid with a firearm. I am in total disagreement with these people's behaviors. Even if they're getting paid, official, whether they're getting paid or not, the fact is that they are putting ICE agents' lives in danger. And that needs to stop. As governor, I would have to stop them. I would have to make a point. I got to make an example of them. Till this day, I still don't understand why some governors and mayors in blue city states, they just don't let Trump do their job. Now, they don't let Trump do his job, but they don't do their job. If you don't want Trump to come into your city, well, do your job. If you're an American citizen of a town that you don't want the National Guard in, do your job. Stop them. Stop the criminals. Stop supporting illegal immigration. Stop supporting breaking the law. I don't know who these people are. There's all kinds of people. Some of them are religious. Some of them are just like official says. Some of them just get paid. Some of them are just troublemakers. They're confused, emotional, deranged people. I get some of those people that come into my channel. I mean, we know some of them are banned. Speaking of banned, how many people you guys have freaking banned in my channel? I got some hardcore moderators here, but sometimes they go too far. And let me see if I can find this. I always forget how to get there. Let's see. Is it here? No. Oh, here we go. I always forget how to get to this little menu here. There's a lot of people in jail, man. Oh my God. You guys got like over 100 people in jail, man. That's crazy. Yeah, you moderators are too hardcore. Guys, just put people in timeout. All right, just put people in timeout at the most 30 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Stefan says, never been closer to a drag queen for president until now. Thank you, Donald Trump and Bubba. Oh man, these guys, these libtards, they get these lines and they go with it and they go and spread it everywhere they go. All right. No bans, moderators, no bans. Just put them in timeout. Maximum 30-minute timeout. All right. Maximum. If they come after 30 minutes, that is some dedication. You got to give them some more love. And if they keep talking dumb stuff in my channel, give him a 24 hours, all right? But don't be banning people. You guys are horrible. Oh, man. Anyways, but I do appreciate you, my mods, but this behavior is not acceptable in my book. Rep. Jason says, President of the United States just called for my arrest and execution. Shut the hell up, man. You're such a dramatic traitor. We know what you said.
Throughout my life, as a combat veteran, a paratrooper, an Army Ranger, and now as a member of Congress.
Now, let's see.
That is a lifetime oath for me. I will never stop defending it and upholding that sacred obligation.
How about you just broke the law, you liar, you hypocrite? How can I have any type of respect and honor for this demented fool that claims to be a veteran? Number one, he's making false accusations against the President of the United States, which is his commander-in-chief. Number one, you rebel against your government. You are a deserter. You are a traitor. You deserve no honor, and you should be stripped of any honor that you may have received. Now, I'm not a veteran. I'm not a soldier. But that's what I think the punishment should be for such coward like this. To say that the president is making illegal orders, you're lying to the people. You are literally turning the whole army and the military against the commander-in-chief. And now you're going to complain about that? No, that's crazy. He took an oath and he broke it. He broke it. The moment that he says the commander-in-chief is making illegal orders, that is a lie. Nothing the president has called has been illegal. Let me hear from some of the veterans on this chat. What do you think about this kind of veteran? Do you think that he deserves to be honored and respected when he's betraying his country and his commander-in-chief? Right. So does the president. The president took the oath to serve against domestic and foreign terrorism. Any threat. Don't forget that. So who's going to defend us? January 6th. That was a Democratic coup. They weaponize the government against us, not just Trump, against us, the American people, their constituents, they say. No, I don't think you know, Mr. Cutt. Their oath is to their commander-in-chief. Ask any military, anybody from the Army. What is the oath that you make in the Army? Who do you make that oath to? Go on, somebody tell me. Who do you make that oath to? As a matter of fact, you know what? While you do that, let me go ahead and try to search a video for you. Let me see if I can find out. Here, don't worry, I'll find it. I will find it. Let's see if I can find it. The oath of enlistment requires service members to support and defend the Constitution. 100%. Bear true faith and allegiance to it. And obey the orders of the President and appointed officers according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You're welcome. So now what? So what happens when you break that? When you break that oath? Yeah, you only read part of it, Ampli. Let's see. That's a lot of big feelings. You make it to the Constance. It's the nation's army, not the president's. Is that right? But you all can't stop slurping at the government's. Sure. You want me to read that again? You want to read it yourself? There you go, man. Why are you so hard-headed? Why are you so hard-headed? I don't understand the stupidity of people. You might not like me insulting your intelligence, but show me some intelligence. This is what you're thinking. This is what you're saying. I get it. Members of the U.S. military swore an oath primarily, that means first, to the Constitution of the United States of America, not to a specific president or administration. I get that. But that's not where it ends. You got to continue reading. The oath for enlisted personnel explicitly mentions obeying the president's orders. There you go. You got to continue reading. You can't just read part of the things that you want to hear. You got to read everything. The oath of enlistment requires service members to support and defend the Constitution. Yes. Bear true faith and allegiance to it. Yes. And obey the orders of the president. And appointed officers according to regulations and the Uniform Code of the Military Justice, meaning ranks. Am I right? Am I wrong? Can some of my veterans in this chat confirm? Am I understanding it the wrong way? Maybe I am. You know, English is my second language. What the hell do I know? Maybe I'm just thinking that it's something different than what I'm understanding. You get court-martial. That's what Time says. You get court-martial. And he also says that, Mister, you are ignorant. The UCMJ, all orders are lawful except war crimes. Or say calling for a code red or just go torture. It isn't about defending land. He is a vet. And that's what I understood. What happens when the president orders somebody to go to war? And they got to do things that they don't want. They got to do things that they probably feel is immorally wrong. and it causes our country to be destroyed. See, this is why military people are important. And loyalty is everything. If there's no loyalty, then get the hell out of service and stop calling yourself an honorable patriot or veteran. You're a waste. You know, sometimes I wish that I was a vet so my words will carry weight. I can tell you right now, I am not a service person, but as an American citizen, I'm going to tell you that all of you leftist, socialist, Democrat losers deserve to be insulted. You are the scum of this country. You are the cancer that kills our nation. Why can't we have real patriots in this country that will stand for the truth and justice of the American people? Women like Melody bring shame to all females in this country with their cluster of emotions and neglect and stupidity and ignorance that they dare to sacrifice American lives in vain. You think this country was won by your emotional feminine qualities? This country was fought through strength. This is why we believe on peace through strength. You don't get compliments from me when you're breaking the law, when you're being a criminal harborer, when you are supporting criminals in this country. You don't get pity from me. You don't get to hear nice things from me. You guys are douchebags. I respect and I stand for every veteran, for every serviceman that honorably serves our country. Not one that gets court-martialed because they don't want to obey orders. Not one of the orders that the president, the commander-in-chief, that has made has been illegal. Not one. So tell me, what is your truth? What do you defend? Do you defend the American people or do you defend the illegal immigrants? Do you defend their enemies or do you defend the United States of America? What do you stand for? You guys come in here with a bunch of hate and lies. You don't get pity from me. You're not going to get pity from me. You all twist people's words. Stop saying y'alls. That's just stupid. To make an emotional outburst like a bunch of crybabies. Grow the F up. Respect our president, period. Respect our military who honorably obey. That I agree with. I hate it when people keep saying y'all. I don't know. Maybe you're from the South or something. I don't know. I hate those kind of accents. But that's just me. Don't hate me for that. You probably hate my accent as well. And that's okay. Time. Let's see what time says. Oh, Kevin. Ken says, Dennis, Tyrone is back. Ken already recognizes Tyrone when he's in the house. You know, I put them out of timeout. I take them off the ban list. And the first thing that they do is come in here and just get right back in trouble. They just don't learn. They don't know how to behave. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? Man, I try to be nice. Every day I try to be nice. But these people just know. They love it. They love to get me hot. They like me to go off on them. I think it turns them on. That's what I think it goes. Here we go. Let's see. There we go with the misogynist mindset. Tyrone, calm down, S.A. What you need to learn is to control your emotional weakness and think with common sense. Use your brain. If there is anything in there that works, use it. Take some pills that will help you use that brain power a little bit more, just enough to maybe, just maybe, get a little bit of common sense, and that might just trigger an avalanche of usefulness in that little tiny pea brain that you have. I believe in miracles. A little seed of a mustard seed grows into this big tree. That's all you need, Tyrone. Just a small seed. That's all you need. You can't handle a good debate. Weak Dennis calling people names proves you are triggered. Doggone right I'm triggered. I am triggered to stand up for the American values and the American people. Anybody that turns against his country and his nation is a traitor. That simple. Jorge Mancilla, go back to Mexico. This is MAGA country. American first. Americans only. If you're not American, if you're an illegal immigrant on my chat, or you're one of those dumbass Americans like Melody Serena, whom we call Tyrone, get the hell off my chat if you guys don't want to use your common sense. I read that in English so that you can understand that. As a matter of fact, you can go look this up yourself. Y'all is a very inclusive word. I'm a Yankee and I use it. I hate you guys that say y'all all the time. It's annoying. It's annoying. Y'all make me sick. My man, I get it. I understand. Too many damn flags, man. Too many damn flags as you put on the comment there. That was her fault. That was her fault. And then all the y'all, it just drives me crazy, guys. It just drives me. I have ADHD if you haven't noticed. Jorge Mancilla says, ignorant. Believe in miracles. Yeah, Jorge, you make me second guess that miracles can happen. I don't think that you can actually be saved. Time says, I love y'all. I love y'all too, but not y'all. You know what I mean? I hate y'all, but I love y'all too. All right, here we go. All right, let's see. Tyrone, what you got? Tyrone says the poorly informed. Boy, Dennis, have a cup of coffee. You're on Mac T of Triggered. Hey, I like that. About time you say something kind of funny. I appreciate that. Let's see. We do not swear an oath to the president. Lord. Okay, so what do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it when you make an oath to the Constitution and that you will obey the orders of the president? What do you call that? You will obey the orders of the president. What is that? I'll wait. Yes, an oath to the Constitution. And then what is in that oath? Give me the oath that you made to the Constitution as a serviceman. As a military person, tell me your oath that you made. Let me hear it, all of it. Let me hear the whole oath that you made. And if you read that whole oath that you made, because you probably forgot what it was, let me remind you that any veteran, serviceman, any person, especially people that are of service, they have a duty. And when they tell lies to the whole United States of America that the president is making illegal orders for the military, to me, that's treasonous. So you go ahead and give me your oath. What oath did you make? Go on, give it to me, Tyrone. Go ahead. Lawful orders. He hasn't made any unlawful orders. I know I said illegal, but it's unlawful. Salt, stop getting on my nerves with y'all. War. Huh. Hey, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Come on, Melody. Come on, Tyrone. I'm waiting on you, Mr. A.K.A. Melody. I love you too, Salt. The U.S. Air Force takes the oath of enlistment to support and defend the Constitution, bear true faith and allegiance to it, and obey the orders of the president and appointed officers. What happens if you make the oath to the Constitution, but you don't follow the half of obey the orders of the president and the appointed officers? What happens to the Army? What happens to our military service, armed forces? What happens to it when the soldiers, they just start to disobey their leads, their superiors? Go ahead and tell me what happens. Let's see. Graham says, nope, they don't deserve an other to the what? I don't know what you say there, Graham. I have to retype it. Mr. Thornton says, we finally have a president who actually cares about America and is actually doing the things he promised to do, and I've never seen so much hate and disrespect. Shake my head. These people must really hate America. Okay, see, that makes more sense. Thank you, Mrs. Thornton. Less flags was a lot better for me to read, and less y'alls. You are amazing. I'm glad you didn't get offended by that. Son Up says, Dennis the Menace is at it again every day, and don't you forget it, my man. Don't you forget it. Brian Reedy says, Graham, not civilians, illegals, get it straight. I agree 100%. I don't understand, guys. I'm not an American-born person here, but I'm going to tell you that patriotism in the country where I was born is the same damn thing. And I say the same damn thing about the people in my country where I was born that are against our country. It doesn't matter. When Miss Thornton, I apologize. I feel bad. I take it back. You can say y'all. Go ahead and type y'all like 20 times. Okay? Saltwater, he knows. He knows what he's doing. Big bro, I know what you're doing. Miss Thornton, she can get away with it, okay? Because, yeah, you know what? She's a female. And if that's the way she talks, I shouldn't make fun of your accent. I apologize. I'm sorry. If that's the way you talk, that's the way you talk. I apologize about that. My love and respect to you, okay? Sorry. That was just way out of line. I was a little bit triggered. Oh, free thinker. Dennis, do you like tortas? You know it. And yes, those tortas as well. Oh, man. Viva Honduras. Viva patriots of the United States. Legal immigrants are welcome. Absolutely. 100% everybody agrees. We all know that's the way that it should be. And let's see what we got. I think we actually finally got the live that we were waiting for, I think. Let me see here. Let me put you fellas back where you belong here. Can't believe this. You know, you might think that I'm being disrespectful to veterans and servicemen, but that's not true. I just can't believe that they will actually turn against their president. They swore an oath to the Constitution and also to obey his orders, and then yet these clowns are telling the CIA, everybody that is serving our country, to disobey the orders of the president, making them think that because something doesn't feel emotionally right with them, that they're unlawful. But they are all lawful orders. You see, not everybody can be a soldier. Not everybody can be an Air Force. Nobody can be an Army. Not everybody can be a Navy. Not everybody can be a SEAL. It takes some special skill, dedication, mindset to be able to do the job. I can tell you, if I was an Army, National Guard, I will be on the street as soon as the president calls me up. And I will put down every criminal that stands against every other law-abiding citizen at any time. That is serving your country domestically. And I will be able to go ahead and lay my life down internationally and foreignly if I need to. But just because you are a citizen or you're a person, because nobody knows who the hell is citizens here. But just because you are in this country, it doesn't mean that you get to go and defend criminals or stop federal agents from doing their job. Like weak emotional rack Melody here, she doesn't understand that federal law, immigration law, doesn't stop at the border. These people have infiltrated deep into our states. And immigration agents, ICE agents, need to go throughout the whole United States of America, gathering every single one of those people that came through that hole. And that's a fact. And that stays. Come on, where are you? Come on, man, I'm waiting for this meeting. Here we go. Why don't we go ahead and take switch gears a little bit and listen to this voting proof of citizenship. Somebody told me I have to go out there with my passport and my ID just in case ICE decides to try to deport me because of my accent. I know that's funny, but it's very stupid because they actually believe that they are deporting American citizens just because they look Hispanic. Unbelievable.
Now here in Washington, holding rallies to drum up support for an initiative to change the state's voting laws. KOMO's Natalie Fahmy has more.
The initiative is being brought forward by the state GOP. It's something backers say is a necessary safeguard, but opponents worry will dampen voter turnout. If passed, initiative to the legislature 126 would require all Washington voters to submit proof of citizenship by the 2027 general election.
And I think it's evident that the people of Washington state are yearning for change.
That's political activist Scott Pressler. He travels around the country urging people to vote and has been credited with activating the Amish vote in Pennsylvania for Trump. This week, Pressler has been traveling around our state in support of the issue. He says it's a matter of ensuring elections are fair.
Data does show that voter fraud.
Just so you guys know, all those are turning Republicans.
And non-citizens voting in elections in Washington state is exceedingly rare. Why do you believe in this initiative and think that it's important?
Come on, brother.
I think that we have seen in a state that is only vote by mail that there are opportunities for fraud.
This is trying to solve a problem that actually doesn't exist.
If passed, voters would have 5 documents to choose from to prove citizenship: an enhanced driver's license, a valid U.S. passport, a certificate of naturalization, a birth certificate, or a U.S. Department of State report of birth. Voters will receive 2 notices, then 14 days before the election. If proper proof has not been submitted, they will be removed from the rolls. But President of the League of Women's Voters of Washington, Karen Crowley, tells me the initiative is already raising red flags.
About 1.6 million Washington women whose current name does not match the one that is on their birth certificate would very likely be disenfranchised because
No, and that's not true.
they changed their name when they married.
We're not decreasing access by all means. This has nothing to do with the means or how somebody votes.
There are penalties in place for a non-citizen who knowingly tries to vote in an election. It is a Class C.
You know what happens when you get married? Can somebody tell me? So when you're born, you get a certificate that you're born. What happens when you get married? What does the marriage certificate say? Anybody? If you're a married woman and you really think that's a problem, if you got divorced and you kept that name, I hope that you kept the marriage certificate as well, because I believe the marriage certificate also says first and last name of this bride will marry this first and last name of the groom, and now is Mr. and Mrs. What's the problem? Unbelievable. The the way that people make excuses to go ahead and protect their fake mail-in ballots. When there is a problem in the system, you got to address it. You can't just hide it, put it under the rug, so to speak. You got to address it. Finally, Melody, I agree. A woman does not need to change her name to a husband. I agree 100%. But most traditional women do. That's just the way it is. It's a lot easier sometimes, especially when it comes for like benefits, right? So right now you're talking about voting. You're making an excuse that you don't have a certificate of marriage. Well, that's on you. You can go to the court, get the copy of the certificate of marriage. They will show that you changed your name. There is a document that they give you when you change your name. You got to keep that document with you at all times. I still got my naturalization certificate when I became a citizen, even though I have a passport. But I had to keep that document. And so if something happened to your husband, right? If something happened to your husband and you don't have the same last name, how do you prove that that's your husband? Well, you'll probably go and grab a marriage certificate. And it'll show that you didn't take the husband's name, but he is your husband. You see how it is? It doesn't matter how difficult it is. It's called your duty. It's called, if you really want to be a patriot and you want to do your duties as a citizen, you got to go get the documentation that you need. Don't make excuses. Don't be lazy. And if you don't make the effort to get this documentation that you need, then you shouldn't vote. It's that simple.
Felony punishable by prison time and or a fine.
Out of millions of ballots cast, in the last, I believe, 5 to 10 years, there's only been 1 or 2 cases of fraudulent ballots. And the system found them. So clearly the system works.
This is people powered. This is people driven. And we are going to force election integrity peacefully onto the ballot.
If 309,000 valid signatures are collected by January 2nd.
No, the problem with that, Melody, is that there are states, especially blue states, that have been giving licenses to illegal immigrants. Now, technically, when somebody comes and visits from another country, they have like a 3 to 6 months visit, and they get this permit that they can drive in here for as long as they are here if they have a valid driver's license in their country. But they are not supposed to get a state license here because, like you said, it should only be for residents and citizens. Now, you guys already know that residents cannot vote. So if a driver's license it's enough, it really isn't. So you got to bring your American passport. Unless you never travel anywhere, then you bring your birth certificate. It's very simple. Don't make it too difficult. So if you go to Honduras and you go drive over the same thing, you will not get a license. You will not get an ID from Honduras because that's not your country. But, thank you. But you do get to drive with your American license. It is legit because you have a legit license to drive. And you have a passport that says that you are only visiting, so it allows you to drive during that time. It is the same rules that we have here in the States. Now, the enhanced license, if you are a citizen, you can get an enhanced license. But if they allow resident holders, alien holders, green card holders, an enhanced license, then that defeats the purpose because residents don't have the right to vote. You see, residents are still migrants. They just have a permission to come and go as they please. And they don't have to be a citizen, but they don't have the we the people title. We the people belongs to American citizens only, not to residents, not to other migrants that are here temporarily. Okay? That's why the green card says permanent green card holder, permanent resident green card holder. You have temporary migrant, permanent resident, you're still a migrant, and then you have citizenship, and that's where you get your right to vote. Okay?
Lawmakers will have the first chance to adopt the law. If they do not, it will go to the ballot in November 2026. In Seattle, I'm Natalie Fahmy, KOMO News.
Right now, the group Let's Go Washington is collecting signatures for 2 issues for the 2026 ballot. One would prohibit trans girls from playing girls' school sports teams. Another has to do with parental rights at schools. The group needs to gather 309,000 signatures to get those measures to the legislature, which would then decide whether to adopt the laws, send it to voters, or place another issue on the ballot next to the original ones for voters to decide between. This is a common part of the democratic process in Washington. But recently, Let's Go Washington petitioners say they've been facing public harassment.
About 5 issues a day. If I let it discourage me, then they've won. And we don't want to let that happen. We want to continue to not crinkle or crumble, man. We want to stand tall and keep moving forward.
That's a patriot right there. Now I'm going to tell you, I have mixed feelings about that, and I know that if I was collecting signatures from people, of course. Good morning, Cheryl. Of course, that I would be, very honest, and I wouldn't be trying to commit fraud with anybody's, documentation, information. But I feel bad that, in the times that we live today, I can't support that putting your whole name, address, and giving all this information out and put it on paper out there because of all the fraud stuff that happens out there. But how else do you get these things done? So I give him props. I need patriots like that. I need patriots like that here in Washington that can do that are honest and are, they're doing the right thing. It's very hard, but man, God bless you. God bless you and your family, sir. Thank you so much for your service.
309,000 valid signatures need to be gathered by January 2nd. Let's Go Washington says they're looking to turn in at least 400,000 for each issue to cover any false signatures. Right now, they have about 250,000 for the parental rights issue and 273,000 for the girls' sports measure.
Good.
Washington and Oregon are now seeking answers from the Trump administration over requests for private voter data. The secretaries of state, along with 8 other states, claim the Justice Department and Homeland Security have provided inconsistent information about how voter rolls, including Social Security numbers and birth dates, are being used. Earlier this year, the DOJ asked more than 24 states, including Washington, for their voter registration lists to check compliance with federal voting laws. The states are asking for a response by December 1st.
Now, isn't it interesting? Voting is federal. What the hell is that? Oh, I was wondering what that was. I could have swore I hear somebody talking. I was like, I hear something. Anyways, where was I? Teaching children anything about sexualities is grooming and abuse. I agree 100% time. Thank you for saying that. On Sunday, oh dude, I forgot to RSVP. On Sunday, I might attend these meeting. I think I showed it to you guys before. Let me see if I still have it on my phone here. Let me see.
I'm sort of like, I bet it's 50-50,
Yeah, I still got it. So, if you're in Washington State, I don't know if you have heard about this. If you are able to go, it's going to be on Sunday. You can look up Cougar Mountain Middle School Gymnasium, and the address is 1929 Northwest Tallis Drive. I think that's how you say it, Tallis or Tallis. In Issaquah, Washington, 98027. Let me see if I can let me see, can I copy this? If I can copy and paste it, I will go ahead and put it on the chat here, guys. Let me see. Come on. No. Yeah, it won't let me paste it, but let me see if I can type it on here. Give me a second, guys. All right. Let me see. I don't wanna wait. All right, here we go. Sorry, I don't know why that's in my mind right now, but let me see if I can get this in there, okay? Where is chat? Here we go. Let me see. And I'm a slow typer, guys. I mean, just with the name, you should be able to find it, but the address is 1929 Northwest. Tallis Drive, Issaquah 98027. Hope I spelled that right. All right, I think I might be going to that. I'll see if I can still RSVP after we're done. Okay, so let's see what do we got here. Nick says this coconut is for Trump. 100%. You got that right, coconut. I think every time that somebody, a Hispanic, calls me a coconut, that's actually what they are. So I don't mind the saying. Supposedly this is supposed to be the meeting with Mondani, but I think they're just gonna record. Who knows? Maybe they'll do it out here. Who knows? But I think normally they just come in and say a couple of things, and then they actually get to sit down in the Oval Office. Now, remember what they asked him on his little interview earlier on. They asked him, well, you saw what happened with President Zelensky. If that happens, are you going to fight back? And he says, oh, I'm going to fight for the New York people. That's what he said. So I can't wait to see that. I think that if Mondani was smart, he wouldn't do it in public. He would do the conversation in private. That way he doesn't get embarrassed by President Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. That's so funny. I kept hearing little voices in the background surround and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is that? All right, let's see. Voting is mostly a state responsibility with federal rules layered on top. Yeah, but if you're voting for the president, that's a federal. That includes every state. That's a federal, isn't it? Voting for the president is federal. And if the local, I mean, I could be wrong, but if the local governments per states are cheating, we as the people have the right to know. And the federal government, no, not a suit, but I will be getting some. I'm gonna, guys. Thank you for saying that. I got one suit. That's it. That's all I got. One suit. I used to have, so many suits. I got rid of all of them. But I will be getting a few suits this coming up week. Maybe this weekend. We'll see. Maybe by Monday you guys will see me. Maybe before you might see me with a different suit. I got a few colors that I like, and I need to go get them. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for reminding me of that. This is just an all black sweater my wife bought me, so I have to wear it. She told me to wear it today, guys. No joke. Let's see. Melody says big picture state, AABD. Don't know what that is. Federal. Angel, no seas pendejo, güey. Bro, come in here, be respectful. Can you remove Angel Mota? This guy's an idiot. I wish that you would come in with some kind of common sense make a comment, and I can take an insult here and there, but at least try, make an effort to make an actual comment, okay? All right, I'll take matters into my own hand. So Nick, thank you for stopping by, bro. Hope to see you soon. Ángel, vete a la mierda, cabrón. There you go. Thanks for stopping by. I like it when people think that I am this very religious Christian guy. I'm not. Melody says state and federal, but mainly state. That's the big picture, the facts. I like that. So the Washington State Constitution says that we shall maintain the privacy of the Washingtonians, but it also says that if we have authority given, meaning government, that we can, the federal government and the state government can request information, even if it's private information on the citizens, okay? Now, there is another part of the Washington Constitution that says that Washington Constitution, the United States Constitution is above Washington State Constitution, meaning that, you know, the government, the federal government, can have access to these documents if they get the authorization. So it's not illegal to say, hey, we want to verify this, we want to check this. It's not illegal. And the government just has to say, okay, yes, you can get this information as long as we keep this private, right? The United States Constitution is above Washington State's Constitution. The United States Constitution is supreme above Washington State Constitution. You see, state laws are great for the local people, but federal laws are nationwide, and there is a reason for that. We don't have a lot of countries. We have states. See, the governor is the commander-in-chief, just like the president, for the state. And sometimes these commander-in-chiefs think they are presidents for their states. Like Gavin Newsom, he thinks California is his own country. And that's not how it works. Examples, ICE arresting illegals with no due process. Yes, that is illegal. Any person on American soil has the legal right to due process. The problem is that a lot of people don't understand what due process is for illegal immigrants. Hi, Lori. Welcome. Good afternoon. See, due process doesn't mean what you think it means. There's due process to be able to go to court to present that you are innocent for a crime. That's due process. And then you have a lawyer to represent you, and then your lawyer can fight for your innocence. But when you have due process for illegal immigrants, once they go to court and they have proof that they are illegal, it doesn't matter the reason why they came here. If they didn't seek asylum to the proper channels, which poverty is not a reason. Once they go to court and they find out that they are illegal, they are up for immediate deportation. And so what happens is they lawyer up and they get an extension for another 6 months. And then they go to court and they get another extension for like another year. And they stay here and for years and years and nothing happens to them. And then you wonder why somebody's been here for 30, 40 years. And now you think, well, they belong here now. They've been here for 3, 4 decades. They've been here their whole life. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. So yes, all these people got their due process. Due process happens at the border. Okay, why are you coming to the United States of America? Well, I got permission to be here. Well, let's see. You got the right to show me documentation, present your case, and the immigration has the authority to say yes or no. to you coming into this country. The moment that you represent yourself with that passport and everything is good, welcome to the United States of America. But that's why they go, and they don't go through a checkpoint entry. They go illegally and go through other areas where they think they can get away with it. And so once they cross the border, it doesn't matter where they go. ICE has the authority as a federal government agency. They have the authority to go anywhere in any country, any city, and grab illegal immigrants at will. How do they know they're illegal? Well, they're coming for them. If you have no papers, you're going to run. If you're legal, you're going to stand your ground and you're going to show your papers and collaborate. A lot of citizens, a lot of people get in trouble because, as I showed you earlier on my X account, these people are provoking ICE agents, they're obstructing justice, and they're creating a very hostile environment, which is bad for their safety. Not just for the safety of the ICE agents, but of those people that are also getting deported. Let's not forget what happened. That sniper that shot those 2 illegal aliens that were being deported by ICE. They didn't hit an ICE agent, but they killed the illegal immigrants. You remember that? How do I know you're a U.S. citizen? Because you tell me? That's not how it works. Show me you're a citizen. When you leave the country, what do you have to show at the airport to say you have the right to go where you want to go? You got to have a passport. What do you have to show to come back to the United States of America if you're a citizen? What do you have to show? Shifter, I'm going to make this clear one last time. One last time. Because Melody, she's been hearing this shit forever, but she don't get it. Everybody gets due process. But due process is not what you think for illegal immigrants, to American citizens, to residents, to other migrants. There is a different kind of due process if you're going to be processing somebody for criminalities, such as robbing, DUIs, etc. Anybody gets due process. 100%, I agree. But if you get caught with a DUI and they show that you are illegal, not only do you get punished by the American law, which could be a fine and maybe time in jail, but after you serve that, you get deported. That's due process. Abrego Garcia was proven from day one he was illegal in this country. And they gave him due process for years and years and years. And how much freaking taxpayer money do you think that we're supposed to spend before you're satisfied with your due process? Don't be ignorant. Don't be ignorant. Use common sense. We're okay with that. We're okay with due process. Everybody deserves due process. But for illegal immigrants, it starts at the border. All right. Pancho Villa, he don't know how to spell Pancho Villa, but it's okay. It's not due process for the executive branch to just pull up and take you. If you are illegal, you're not going to run. I mean, if you're illegal, you're going to run. If you're not illegal, you're not going to run. That's simple. It's that simple. It's due process when you have a case and it is ruled on by a judge. The judge makes the decision, not the executive branch. No shit, Sherlock. All of these people have already, they already have papers to be decommitted. What's the word? I'm thinking too much in Spanish now that I read that stupid name. They have orders of immediate deportation after they go through court. Don't play stupid, guys. Don't play dumb. Don't play stupid. We had millions of people coming into this country illegally, not just from Mexico. Not just from Central America, from all over the world. From all over the world. Bodnik says, Pancho Villa, man, go fix that name. And if you don't get a judge and you get an unelected magistrate, you think that ruling won't apply because it wasn't a judge? These guys. They don't know that immigration has their own judges. I run for fun. Don't ask me for my papers. Ducati, man. You're funny, but you're going to get slammed on the ground. You're still funny, but you're going to get slammed on the ground. Jean Prophet. Yes, I am. Well, I was an immigrant. I'm a naturalized American citizen now. Yeah, or Honduran. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, administrative warrants are granted by a judge. So some people have warrants. Other people, they don't need to get warrants because they have already been proven that they are illegal. So they don't need warrants. So for you citizens, let me tell you something. You are so much for privacy, but you're so nosy. You want to put the names of the people that are being deported. You don't understand this part. You want their names. You want to know where they're from. That's none of your freaking business. That is their privacy. Nobody needs to know where they're going. What if these people are actually running from somebody that wants to kill them? You just told them their full name and that they are about to get deported. Wait for them. That's what you just done. And they don't have to show you a warrant when they're in public. They only have to show you a warrant when they come to your house. You are not the law. You are not the police. You are not FBI agent. You are nothing when it comes to authority. Stay out of it. Stop obstructing justice. If you got a problem, you know what? The police will come and deal with it, not you. All you're going to do is get your ass kicked. The police needs to be involved. If they have to show a warrant, the police will get involved, not you. You stay out of the way. You want to protect privacy, but you want to get the names and you want to get all this disclosure out there. What's the warrant for? Oh, well, he was a rapist, and oh, he violated all the... What? No. You don't get to hear that. You don't get to hear that at all. For all you libtards that come into my channel, if common sense doesn't make sense to you, it never will. It just never will. You can defend criminals all you want. I am all for the law. I am for Americans' safety, not for illegal immigrants. Last night, I met this Mexican guy. He tried to sit there and argue with me against President Trump. I told him, I'm 100% for Trump. Any illegal immigrant that is in this country needs to be deported. Oh, he got pissed. I'm sitting down. He stands next to me. Oh, guess what? I can stand up as well. And when I stand up, he is right here. Not that the height matters. But I stand up for what's right. And I said, you and I are Hispanic, but the difference is that I respect the law and I want America to stay safe. If we don't protect America, then why the hell did we leave our country? Now I talk to him that way so he can understand why he's here. And if he decides to be here, he needs to know that there is a law to follow. If he was brought here like me when I was a teenager, okay, that's different. I was a minor, that's fine. But if you choose to stay in this country, you got to respect the law. America first. It is that simple. You're either going to abide by the laws or get the hell out of the United States of America. Many stories I hear from Spanish channels. Now, you don't believe me. I was gonna watch this. I was gonna watch this after I finish my live. but I actually watch the news from other channels. This is President Nayib Bukele. He made a speech. I don't know how old the speech is, but most of the people that you see in there, these are all students. See, there you go. Comparami understands. All these are students, and 90+% of the people of Salvador love this president for doing everything that he had to do to free their people and to put the safety of his citizens first above all else. He's not convicted. You wish he was. Let me listen to Nayib Bukele while we wait for the other live.
No, yo no lo voy a hacer. Bueno, nos vemos el martes. Bien, esa es la...
Sobre que además de la alcaldía de San Salvador Centro, habían otras alcaldías que también habían estado haciendo cobros indebidos. Si me puede decir cuántas alcaldías, si también han pensado en alguna ley para hacer el cobro debido como debe de ser para las municipalidades, y también quisiera conocer si los cobros que ya se hicieron van a ser devueltos.
Sí, muchas gracias. La verdad es que lastimosamente muchas alcaldías han abusado de sus facultades, digamos. Y yo, pues ayer tuiteé sobre el tema, pero luego fui informado de muchísimas más situaciones que se han dado. Por ejemplo, hay una alcaldía en Aguachapán que está cobrando $200 a los vendedores de telefonía, por ejemplo. Si ustedes se recuerdan, el gobierno anterior del FMLN puso un cobro a la telefonía del 5%. Se llamaba CESC. Y los salvadoreños pagaban el 5% en la telefonía y en todo lo que fuera de tecnología, computadoras, etc.
Hey, I'm not going to tolerate your assholes coming in here to insult me. You come in here, put dumb names and dumb stuff in my chat. Get the hell out of my chat. Go find that leftist chat. This is a MAGA chat. You don't like it, get the hell off our chat. It's that simple. Thank you for the super chat. Now get the hell out of my chat if you're not a MAGA supporter. Mods, just go free, man. Just get rid of any Spanish comment that you see on there. Get rid of it. I don't have patience today for that.
Etcétera, para supuestamente la seguridad. Lo contradictorio era que mientras los salvadoreños pagaban impuestos para la seguridad, lo que menos había era seguridad. Nosotros no solo le dimos seguridad a la gente, sino que quitamos el impuesto a la seguridad. Ya no hay CESC.
No, I'm tired of telling you the truth, and it's like I'm talking to my ass. So what's the point? Remember, your symbol for Democrats is a jackass, and that's exactly what your behavior is like in here.
Pero ¿de qué sirve que no haya CESC si viene una alcaldía y se inventa un CESC y se los pone a los vendedores de telefonía? Al final eso lo termina pagando el consumidor. Entonces ahí hay un... Eso no lo revirtieron, pero el día de hoy, ya que son muchas las alcaldías, algunas no, pero son pocas las excepciones, la mayoría lo hacen, han incrementado tasas, han incrementado licencias, han incrementado permisos. Bueno, por ahí vi que había una alcaldía que le cobraba a las tiendas por poner carteles, y si una tienda pone ahí a la venta churritos, tal, le ponían multa por poner Entonces, eso es ilegal. Las alcaldías no pueden actuar como una mafia. Tienen que actuar como servidores públicos. Y no lo digo desde la comodidad de la presidencia, porque yo he sido alcalde de un municipio pequeño, uno de los más pequeños del país, y de la capital. Entonces a mí no me van a contar cómo es. Yo sé cómo es. Y no hay necesidad de extorsionar al pueblo para hacer bien el trabajo. Así que yo les dije a los alcaldes, porque lastimosamente la Constitución le da autonomía a las alcaldías. Hay una autonomía municipal, yo no le puedo dar órdenes a los alcaldes. Pero yo lo que les dije fue que las alcaldías que no reviertan todos los cobros incrementados y los lleven a como estaban antes de que ellos tomaran posesión, O sea, pues tienen que revertir los cobros y dejar todo como estaban antes de que ellos tomaran posesión de sus cargos. Hasta el lunes, tienen el lunes completo, pero hasta el lunes. Si no lo hacen, que yo no tengo poder para ordenárselos, pero sí tengo la facultad para denunciarlos en la fiscalía. Y los voy a denunciar por extorsión. Si no, regresan todas las tasas, impuestos, cobros, licencias, todo.
So this ignorant Hispanic in here, he says that, what is it, I listen to a dictator. Just so you guys know, Nayib Bukele, what he's saying right now, you can read the caption hopefully. But he is talking about going after all these people that have been extorting and robbing the people. Listen to this. He's speaking everything against criminals, not just of a party, against criminals. And these morons call him a dictator because he has to do what he has to do. Oh, Hedio, you have no idea, bro. They come in here doing stupid shit. That's why they get kicked.
A como estaba antes de que tomaran posesión. Me imagino que como son 44 consejos municipales, por ahí saldrá algún vivo que no lo va a hacer. Pues qué bueno, porque lo vamos a usar de ejemplo. A ese consejo municipal lo vamos a usar de ejemplo para todos los demás. Porque el tiempo de extorsionar a los salvadoreños se acabó. Al día que no lo hagan, ya saben. No puede ser que estemos trabajando para sacar adelante nuestro país. Estuvimos 2 años convenciendo a una empresa alemana de bolsas de aire. Ya van a hacer el anuncio, ya terminaron la planta, ya la construyeron. Una planta divina, nueva, con empleos bien pagados. Y van a generar 1000 empleos. Nos costó 2 años convencerlos, darle la factibilidad, que construyeran la planta. Generamos 1000 empleos. Las alcaldías han cerrado 15,000 negocios. A 3 empleos por negocio, 45,000 empleos. Necesitamos 45 fábricas de las que conseguimos, que nos tardó 2 años, para compensar lo que las alcaldías destruyen. Entonces no puede ser. No puede ser. Nosotros vamos a seguir trabajando para atraer inversión extranjera, vamos a seguir trabajando para que haya más inversión nacional, pero no vamos a permitir que lo que nosotros hacemos con las manos, otros lo boten con los pies. Y si piensan que tenían impunidad en hacerlo, ahora se dan cuenta que no la tienen. Y si alguien piensa todavía, no, yo no lo voy a hacer, bueno, nos vemos el martes. Bien, esa es la pregunta, la segunda pregunta. La primera pregunta, el que mejor la puede contestar es el director de integración, aquí mi amigo Alejandro. Te dejo la parte fácil, ¿verdad?
Sí, la otra no hubiera podido contestar. Gracias, presidente. La visión que compartimos con el señor presidente es que no debe haber ningún joven, ningún vecino, ningún abuelo que no conozca una universidad, que no conozca un museo, que no conozca una empresa. A partir de eso, de un cambio en la mirada cultural, es que convinimos que de alrededor de 50,000 jóvenes que se gradúan año a año de bachilleres en su segundo año, general o técnico en su tercer año, todos esos jóvenes que participen, como bien decía el señor presidente, del proceso formativo tendrán acceso a las universidades, escuelas técnicas y cursos vocacionales. Nosotros queremos que todo el mundo estudie, aunque sea un curso de 4 meses, que luego se vaya entusiasmando. Antes, por eso digo, esto es un cambio cultural que yo no termino de agradecerle al presidente, porque yo sí hice la lucha. Pero si él no hubiera tenido esa mirada de cambio estructural de país, esto no se hubiera podido hacer y hubiéramos convenido en que solo se trataba de unas becas más. Aquí cualquier joven del país que termine su bachillerato y los que estén en noveno y en primero y antes todavía puedan ilusionarse con estudiar. Y cada uno que cumpla, por ejemplo, con 6 de las actividades del proceso formativo tendrá acceso a una universidad. Hoy hay 10 universidades que nos están acompañando. Esperaría y tengo fe que nos van a acompañar varias más en el correr de los próximos meses. Aquellos que cumplan...
All right. I'm going to keep this one for myself. And we're still waiting for the live to actually happen here, but I mean, what the reason why I admire Nayib Bukele is because there was a lot of people in El Salvador, like the same leftist lunatics that we get in our channel coming in here, and like the crazy people out there on the streets protesting. I want to tell you something right now. The majority of those protesters out on the street are illegal aliens. Don't think that it's mostly all Americans. When the Democrats tell you that out of the last 12 years, only 2 illegal immigrants were able to vote and they were caught, it's a lie. We had over 20,000 votes over here in Washington that were illegitimate for the governor. Nothing gets done about it. The DOJ knows that they have to do something about it, so they're requesting the voter rolls. Let's take a look. What's in there? Let's make sure that everything is going right. You know what they do? They say, nope, you can't see that information. It's private, they say. What's private? Your abuse of power? You're cheating? You're overruling the citizens of this country? Or what? Yeah. Nayib Bukele, he stood up against everything. Everything that was bad for his country. He stood against all the tyrannical people that were in government. He fought for the old ladies. He fought for the children to get an education. He has done more for his country than any president in Salvadorian history. And that's kind of how President Donald Trump is doing over here. And I think that's great. And I support it. Even if they want to call him a dictator, authoritarian. Well, let's see who the authoritarian is. What are Democrats telling us what to do? They are the ones shutting down the government. They are the ones putting American citizens last. Nayib Bukele is called a dictator. He's not a dictator at all. He loves his people, and the people love him as well. President Trump loves us, and we love him as well. I never say I'm white. I'm always Latinos for Trump. It is what we believe. Everybody, we don't want to be white. We don't want to be white, but we believe America should be first. I never lie. And I will say this to your face as I do with everybody else. I was in Seattle yesterday, if you didn't notice. I was talking out loud. I don't care who's giving me looks. I was talking out loud about the corruption in the government. Socialist, high taxes. It doesn't matter who looks at me. It's the truth. Don't worry about it, brother. It's all good. Support a little brother, man. It's all good. I barely have time to go on his channel, but yeah, man, I support him as well. Yeah. It's very simple, right? Don't come here without permission. It's very simple. All right, guys. We have gotten quite a few subscribers this morning. I know I don't have super chats, but that's okay. I do need to take a small, quick break. So I'm going to leave you here with our president. And I want to thank every single one of you guys for coming in here, liking my videos, for subscribing, and for sharing as well. Thank you so much as well for joining as members. I'll be right back. Liptars hate that video, don't they? They really hate that video. It is what it is. Let me see. What do we got here? What do we got here? Let's see. Oh, that's because it's selling down. You guys got me past the 400 mark, almost halfway to 12,000. We're almost there, guys. Thank you for your subscribing. I appreciate it. As much hate as I get on my channel, I'm still amazed of how many people, how many of you guys have actually subscribed to the channel. I appreciate that support, especially when you guys do those likes on the video. Where are we at with the likes right now? Let's see if I even hit the quota for today. There is a quota, my friends. There is a quota to meet. And we already met the quota. All I ask is for just 100 likes. That's all I ask for. And you guys always do more than that, especially on the good lives. All right, so we're still waiting for this live to happen here. I'm surprised that they're going to do this thing outside, but why don't we go ahead and take a look at this Hakeem Jeffries. Let's see what he has to say from the left side here.
This is about as easy to follow as a weather vane in a hurricane. First, that was Democrat Stacey Plaskett downplaying why she talked to Jeffrey Epstein, and then Hakeem Jeffries flip-flopping, saying he didn't, and then he did, and then he said, yeah, he did speak with Democrat Plaskett over the Congresswoman letting Jeffrey Epstein coach her in questioning Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, during a 2019 hearing. And then that was Democrat Minority Whip Catherine Clark, not ready to respond to that. Plus, then you heard Democrat Jasmine Crockett claiming, well, Epstein was just Plaskett's constituent. Let's welcome back to the show Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, great to have you back on. So should voters out there just take Democrats' word for it that a convicted sex trafficker and sex predator was just a constituent of Plaskett who happened to have her personal phone number and was texting her during that hearing? Joe, first of all, we got to point out Epstein's companies got $300 million in tax breaks from the U.S. Virgin Islands when Plaskett was the general counsel of its Economic Development Authority. What do you make of the Democrats' propaganda here?
Oh, man. I mean, this is going off the rails, isn't it? I mean, the old saying, Liz, is that when you're in a hole, stop digging. And Stacey Plaskett is halfway to China by now in that regard. The bottom line is that she was
man, we don't have many we don't have liftards in here right now, but can you imagine that Democrats are over there getting a message from Jeffrey Epstein. Good work. That's amazing, ain't it? And all this time, they've been blaming President Donald Trump for all the things that Epstein has done, and yet that's what that's who they are. See, they didn't think they will get found out, but I can guarantee you a lot of documents that have a lot of those redactions on, it's going to have a lot of Democrats in there and a lot of other bad leaders throughout the world. I can tell you that. Now, I don't know why they didn't do the case differently, why they closed it, or Obama didn't care. Obviously, the Biden administration didn't care to look into it, and, you know, mainly because they knew that they might be found out. But since everybody hates Donald Trump and everybody's going to do exactly the opposite of what President Donald Trump says, he made them sign that document. He made them sign the document that is going to release all the Epstein files. And now he can laugh about it because he did sign it himself. And the truth is going to come out. I think it's never going to be enough for the Democrats to accept that everything that they have been told about President Trump has been a lie, because they have learned it so bad that they cannot fathom the idea that they are wrong. That's how Marxists work, and the Democrats have used Marxist, socialist, communist tactics to smear their opponents, to eliminate the other party, and to control the people from believing every lie that they say. And well, unfortunately, they have nothing else to think about Donald Trump but to actually remember and recite the things that they have heard from the Democrats who are corrupted politicians in office. We see them lying all the time. We see them using us. We see Letitia James. We see all these people. Ilhan Omar. I warned people since the day one that she came into office and started talking. I said, this woman does not love the United States of America. This woman stands for her previous country of Somalia. She is not here to help the United States of America and its people. She is here for her own gain and to support her country. Well, guess what? Now she actually says it out loud and proud. She says, she even goes as far as saying, I don't care if they deport me. I got more than enough to sustain myself. This is what she says. So now that she's done what she was supposed to do, what she came here to do, she doesn't care. She doesn't care if she gets deported. She got money. But she failed because when President Trump came in and Doge came in and they shut down USAID, we found out that the Somalian government economy has been down the drain because we no longer give them the money. Damon, you don't believe me? Oh my goodness. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, these libtards. These people don't listen. They don't learn. What is so hard to understand? Go do research yourself, man. Here, let me see if I can find it for you. See, let's see. Ilhan Omar. No, not there. Here. See, and you libtards on your leftist channels, you guys don't do this for people to come and question them either. You guys just believe everything they say. Representative Ilhan Omar recently stated she is not concerned about being deported, saying, I'm grown, I can live wherever. The statement was made in response to political opponents using the threat of deportation against her. That was a lie? She said it. Let me see if they actually have something where she... Let me see if I can find this. Not that one. Let me see what this is real quick. This is probably somebody else's video.
waxaan nahay dad isjecel waa laga yaabaa meelaha qaarkood inaan isku xagxagano laakiin haddii runtii ay imaato waxaan nahay dad isku tashto dad walaalo ah dad dhiig.
I will say I like the language. It sounds really beautiful. Here, libtards, listen.
haddii aan nahay dad Soomaali ah waxaan nahay dad isjecel waa laga yaabaa meelaha qaarkood inaan isku xagxagano.
Let me make it bigger so that you can read the captions. Hopefully it's good enough for you guys to read. There are areas of friction and that led us to kill each other. This is the last one she said. Hopefully you can read.
No, laakiin haddii runtii ay imaato waxaan nahay dad isku tashto, dad walaalo ah, dad dhiig lah, dad isku og inay Soomaali yihiin, inay Muslim yihiin, oo iyagana isku hiiliya, dadka walaalahoodna u hiiliya. Marka daraad markii ayaan dhexdaas markii aan maqalnay in qaar Soomaali ah ama Soomaali sheegato.
There is a difference. If that is true, there is a difference between accepting a rich person and a poor guy that is just going to be a leech to the government and a weight. We want people here that is going to help the country, not depend on the country. Big difference.
And in Ethiopia, la galeen ma baqaan af Soomaali wixii lagu dhaho agreement heshiis Maxamuud Nuur hadda aniga Soomaaliga badiyo soo ceeb ma aha dad badan ay soo wacay oo waxay leeyihiin ilhaan dawladda Mareykanka inaan la hadashid waaye dawladda Mareykanka maxay ka qabanaysaa jawaabteedu waxay ahayd dawladda Mareykanka waxay ka qabanaysaa wixii annaga aan dhahno dawladda Mareykanka qabo waa kalsoonidaas inaan isku qabno annaga Soomaali haddii aan nahay wadankan annaga ku nool wadankan wadankii aan annaga tax ka dhiibno waaye waa wadankii gabar idinka dhalatayne ee Congress-ka fadhiso
The U.S. is a country where one of your daughters is in Congress to represent your interest, not the Americans, the Somalians' interest. For as long as I am in the U.S. Congress, Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters will not be stolen by Ethiopia or others.
Congress joogo wadanka Soomaaliya biyaheeda dad kaleeta iyo badeeda dad kale ma qaadanayaan.
The U.S. would not dare to support anyone against Somalia to steal our land or oceans. So she's here just to fight for Somalia, not for Americans again.
Wadanka Mareykankana kuma taageerayo dad kaleeta in annaga ayna dhacaan.
Sleep in comfort knowing I am here to protect the interest of Somalia from inside the U.S. system.
Marka taas ka seexda reer Minnesota gabadhii Congress-a u dirsateen way idinka warhaysaa.
She knows your plight and that of Somalia.
Sidaad idinka u dareemaysiin dantaas ay u dareemeen.
I am as concerned about Somalia as you guys are.
Madaxweyne Xasan Sheekhna
protect the interest of Somalia.
waxaan leeyahay waan kugu faraxsanahay shaqada fiican aad qabatay.
My president, you have done an excellent job fighting Ethiopia and Somaliland, and we are happy about it. She says, Mr. President, right? She calls him my president as well.
Dadka Soomaaliya iyo dadka meel kasta
You spoke to Somalians dispersed across the world that you are there to look after Somalia.
ku nool aad dareensiisay si kasta annaga aan u
However, weak Somalia is a failed state.
Soomaali haddii aan nahay
We Somalians are resilient people who can fight against all odds. I find that statement very hypocritical, very stupid, very ironic, being that they are here in the United States of America, using the United States of America to fight their enemies of Somalia. So who is really the strong people? The people that they come over here to abuse and use for their own protection in their own country? Or they themselves for being in their country and, destroying their opponents, right?
waxaan nahay dad karti leh dad wadankooda aqoonsan dad wadankoodii aan
Yeah, people that love their country.
wiligood
We are people who will never allow someone else to steal our land. And yet, they come to the United States of America and steal our land.
danger laga gelin karin marka
Therefore, I congratulate Somalian Americans and other Somalis across the globe.
waxaan reer Minnesota iyo Soomaalida meel kasta ku nool adeerkaya hadda mar dhow ka hadlaayay idinkaga hambalyeynaya sida aad iskugu wada duuban tihiin
For showing a remarkable level of unity against Ethiopia and Somaliland.
sida aad kulligiin
The way you all rally behind our president because he needs us today.
u garab istaagteen madaxweynaheena because wuu u baahan
Somalia is for Somalis only. and the United States is for who? For everybody else that wants to destroy us. Isn't that great? The Mexicans that come to the United States of America and hate the United States of America. They hate it so much they wave the Mexican flag here. For all Hondurans, for all the other countries, all the people from other countries that come to this country and they hate it so much, they wave their flags in our country and burn the American flag. Why do they get to come here? Why would you not, as American citizens, stand up against that? Here is a traitor right here. Here is one that explicitly lied to get papers to come to this country, marry her own brother. Raul is one of those illegal immigrants that hates this country and loves his country. At least show respect in the land where you work, even if you're illegal. Show respect. She said it herself. She became a citizen specifically to get into Congress, to get into the United States government to fight for her country of Somalia. This is her words. Her words. I'm not making it up. This is her words. Not just right now. In English, she has said this. Getting your citizenship is not cheap. I waited 2.5 decades before I became a citizen. Being a green card holder for 2.5 decades before I became a citizen. Somalia is for Somalis only, as over 45% of Somalia's population are not even ethnic Somalis. They want to deport all the people that are not 100% Somalis. Can you believe that? Wow. The hypocrisy, it's just amazing, isn't it?
aan garab istaagno Soomaaliya waa Soomaali
Somalia is one nation. We are all brothers
Soomaaliya
and
waa
sisters.
hal walaalaan wada nahay
Our land cannot be divided.
dhulkeena lagama kala qaybsanaayo
Ethiopia and Kenya have stolen and continue to occupy Somali region states which belongs to Somalia.
dhulal baa naga maqanaan raadsanaynaa insha Allah mar maalinta laakiin inta aan haysano hadda
We will liberate the occupied territories stolen from the i.e. Somalia, Djibouti, Somaliland, and the northeastern province in Kenya that belongs to Greater.
lama kala qaybinaayo marka waa mahadsantihiin dhammaantiin sidaad ii sharaftiin oo markasta aad iigu soo dhawaysiin ilaahay ha idin sharfo assalaamu calaykum waraxmatullahi
Assalamu alaikum bidrakh. All right. Well, there you go. That was Ilhan Omar. Now, for all you libtards in here that say that I was lying about it, well, there you go. That's her little speech. And then, of course, some Somali says, oh, the legend, oh, the love, the Somali flag, blah, 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 etc., etc. Well, there you go, guys. I'm not making shit up. I'm telling you the truth. Every single time I tell you something, it's the truth. You guys don't believe me, but there it is. You guys can research this. If you hear something from me, all you got to do is go do some research, and then you can make your opinions on it, okay? But don't just go do a research on one thing. Make sure that you guys actually gather some real intel, some real info, and then move on that. But don't be ignorant and come in here and insult me and tell me that I'm lying when I have done my homework. If I am wrong about something, you prove it to me. You don't have to come in here calling me names. I don't appreciate that. I don't think you would appreciate me coming to your house and start insulting you. I want to tell you one benefit that you have is that I don't know who you are. You can see me. I'm talking. You know, there's nothing to it to me. But you're over there, keyboard warrior, throwing insults and hiding behind the keyboard. Nobody's watching you. You're probably over there in your underwear, eating some Cheetos, pretending that you're biting President Donald Trump's wee-wees. I wish I could say everything I want to say. Oh, geez. Serenity made it back into the chat. Let's see. How do you know those subtitles are accurate, Dennis? Come on. This is elementary school fact-checking. Do me a favor. Go watch her speak in English, you dumbass. She said this in English. She has said this herself in English. That's just the translation version, but she says that in English. She don't care. She doesn't care, bro. Have you not seen what she's been doing? Come on, man. I can't even believe that. Even you would be saying that. That's how you get the insults. By coming in here, throwing a different sort of insult, and then get mad when I insult you back. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, love you, but research, family, research. No, Serenity, we tried that before. Remember, we tried that debate. It didn't work. We agreed to disagree. That's about as good as we get. Subtitles are always infallible. Yeah. If you really believe that, go find somebody from Somali and tell them to translate the message for you. If you really care that deep into seeing if that is true or not. Go on. Let's see. Fact check. Did she actually say these things? And go see if what she says was true. Go see what the speech translation really is. And then go ahead and share that with us. Enlighten us. Give us the truth that we are missing. Stop throwing dumb insults out there, okay? Thank you guys for your support. Yeah. Serenity, let's be honest. People always like to say, oh, if you were face-to-face with me. If you were face-to-face with me, what? What will happen if I was face-to-face with you? You guys get to see my little goofy face on here. You think that that's it. You don't know me. You guys don't know me. You know what? I walk with my MAGA hat at the casino. And people look at me, a lot of Americans, hey, man, nice hat. God bless you, brother. Thank you, brother. Hey, how are you, brother? And some people look at me, oh, my God, who this guy? This is MAGA lover here. Yeah, Dennis, stop spreading fear, man. Who was that lady? And she, like, running for a seat? Josh Cooper is a little late to the news. That was Ilhan Omar. She's a congresswoman that got elected back in 2019, 6 years ago. Yeah, that's the one. 6 years ago. All right, let's see what else we got. Dennis, don't waste your time with these people. I know, Eddie. I know, bro. I know. It's all good. It's all good. You know what? Sometimes they trigger me. Sometimes it's okay. I just need time to calm down with some of the dumb, stupid questions and comments. I wish they had actual questions. When they start insulting you, they lost. I know, but this is how I insult them back. Let's see. Nobody says you're scarce, Serenity. I'm saying that some people say that to me. Like, you know, oh, if we were face to face. And I'm like, what? What about it if we're face to face? What do you think a debate is? First of all, let me see. What do you think a debate is? What do you plan to accomplish with a debate? Thank you, Linda. Someone says, chat, don't be ridiculous. These guys have soldiers that honor and respect our country. It's very true. Don't be weird. You know nothing about me. I'm a beast. I fight for what I believe, and I fight for God. Amen. Good for you, Salt. I appreciate you. My Latinos for Trump. Oh, wait. Sorry. That's official. Official is my Latino for Trump. His father and mother, I think, they're from Guadalajara, I think he says. Which, by the way, people from Guadalajara, man, they are actually amazing people. I have not had any bad or negative experiences with Guadalajara people. I've actually made a comment before about a couple that I met from Guadalajara when I was in Mexico, and they were just so amazing. Let's see. Okay, so anyways, let's see. I plan to accomplish exactly what you said to do. If I said something wrong, prove it to me. But when I go to prove it to you, you call me a dumbass and say debating is a waste of time. So, well, here we go. Okay, so you say that. Now, why do I call you a dumbass? Because you come into my channel and question every single thing that I say. Now, the reason why you're a dumbass on that comment is because you really give them the benefit of doubt that those closed captions are not real and it could be modified, it could be fake. But the reason why I'm reading them is because I have heard her saying it in English. And that's the only video I can find right now to prove to people. So if you really want to challenge my opinion on what I think is real, before you go hearsay, thing, go find out an actual translation of that video that you approve of and give me that link, and then I'll play it. And then you can say what you said. So because you didn't give me a link, you're saying my link, where's your link? So you're a dumbass for making that comment. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Now, you still haven't told me, what do you think? What do you think that you're going to accomplish with the debate? You say, I plan to accomplish exactly what you said to do. No, you don't. What is that? I didn't tell you to say something that I would say. No, tell me what you plan to accomplish by debating me. And then I'll tell you if you're worth debating or not. Alan says debate where different beliefs clash respectfully to showcase their best foot to try and convince the opposition they are the correct side. Well, okay, I like the way you put that on. But that's not what a debate is for. See, both of you guys are wrong. And that is exactly why I wouldn't debate you. You have to understand something. First of all, you're not smart enough to debate me. That's a fact. You will never be able to convince me. That's the problem. The fact is this. What you already believe, and you have such conviction to challenge somebody because you truly believe that that is a fact of what you think. That is why you don't know what a debate is. You see, what I debate somebody, what I would debate somebody is not to prove them wrong. It's not for them to prove me wrong. A debate is simply two people or more giving their opinion or what they call facts of the situation, but I'm not there to convince you. I'm not there to prove you wrong. I'm there to show you that what I say is right, and that's different. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. It's just over your head. I'm not there to prove you wrong. I'm just there to show and say my facts, what I believe, and this is where I stand. That's it. And this is why I think I'm right. You see, people always tell me, you know, especially those that are believers. You know, we go and share the gospel of Jesus Christ. We share the good news. And then people push back on me. And I just, okay, sure, whatever you want to say. And then I get the other people that are with me, hey, whoa, hey, don't talk to him like that. Have some respect. Oh, no, don't talk to him like that. What he's saying is true. That's great, but that's not what I'm there for. And so I have told the people with me, wait a minute, no. My job is only to tell you about it. That's it. It's not to convince you to be a Christian. It's just to share the truth that I know. Now, you can either take it or reject it. That is up to you. But the moment that you're going to sit there and tell me that you're going to argue with me until you prove me wrong, it's just not going to happen. So I don't believe in those sort of debates that you believe in. He probably would have called you a snake. That's the words that he used. And a snake is as harsh as to call you Satan. He called Peter, his disciple, Satan. Because he was stubborn. He was hard-headed. He was stopping what God had already promised that he would do in his word. So yeah, Satan, you like Satan better than dumbass? It's the same difference to me. Yeah, that's not the only video. There's a lot more than that. You actually have to watch the whole speech. That's not the one. There's more than that. Let's see. Thank you. Speaking more about presentations as opposed to debating, as debating does require you to pick apart your sides, information, and vice versa. The winner of the debate typically are third party. Yeah, well, there is no third party because he's obviously picked a side. There is no third party, and that is the problem. You cannot debate in that manner, in that aspect. You're disqualified. You're just going to sit there and argue and call me a liar and deny everything that I say. Trust me, I have spoken with so many people. It just never changes, my friend. It never changes. Let me tell you what, if I came into your channel, hey, Hulk Smash, good to see you again. Melissa, good to see you again. Thank you, Robert. Yes. Yes. I do wear a MAGA hat. As a matter of fact, it's time. It's time to change. To my favorite of all time. Oh, I love that cool feeling of a new hat being put on. I'm very realistic. There is only one way that I would have ever accepted to debate you again. And you don't know how to talk to me, so you'll never get it. But if I was to go into somebody's channel and before I decide that I want to debate that person, I want to know who they are. What do they really think? Do you believe that? Interesting. Very interesting. Now, see, we can never debate. I guess you're right. We can never debate. See, when I come here and I share my information, it's free. But if you're really going to make me work, you better pay me, and you can't afford me. You can't afford me. You think those people that go out on the street, change my mind? You think they do that for free? They make money with that. That's not free. That's not free. So, if you want to say disrespectful, well, number one, this is my channel. If you really want to say that you stand for freedom of speech, but you don't like my freedom of speech, what do you stand for? What do you stand for? Yeah, of course I pick a side. I pick a side of Americans. That's the side that I pick. And if I knew that Democrats would beat President Donald Trump on giving this country better than what Trump has given, then I will be supporting them as well. But they're not. Right now, they're the liars. I've been watching them. They lie. I cannot believe, out of all the people on the Democratic side, that you people come in here and try to talk shit about President Donald Trump, thinking you know the man. See, you went and grifted all this information. You went and saw every record, his past life, his history. You know everything bad about President Donald Trump. And you know nothing about the good things that he has done. That's another reason why you're disqualified for debating me. You are like, you people are like that one girlfriend that you ask, okay, well, why do you love me? This is how you think. You're thinking with feminine emotions. I'm not Mexican, but that you wish that I was Mexican. That you guys have a really smart person to represent your country. You will actually have an alpha to represent your country, not a beta. Not a beta that follows a female president. You guys lost your balls somewhere. You should go find them. No woman respects a man that is ran by a woman. Every woman respects a man that can stand and lead as the man that he is. Now, with that being said, a man is only as strong as his woman behind him. And I love that. My Speak, Liberty for All. Hey, guys, if you guys debate Dennis and you guys lose, will you declare that you're a dumbass? You're a dumbass. We have to play that song for them, brother. So I allowed a couple of people, see, Trump's a beta. Yeah, you wish. See, and you want to debate me. You want to debate me. How you going to debate me by saying that he is a beta, bro? He has proven it over and over and over. He is a total opposite of what you just said. This is why you should, I'm not going to waste my time debating your weak beta ass. Beta! Say Walmart and McDonald's. First, Donald J. Trump. Thank you, Bobby. Fantastic, Donald J. Trump. He falls down a flight of stairs. I'm sorry. Did Biden look like Trump to you? Wait, are you insulting Senator Fetterman now or what? Thank you, Tactic. Thank you, Robert. 100% MAGA, baby. MAGA, you're literally such a snowflake. You crack under any amount of pushback and pressure. Robert says that Serenity, Trump gave a black businessman $1 million loan, and when the guy went to pay the money back, Trump ripped up the check and told him debt paid. So what's your point? Say something, Serenity. Jeffrey loves Trump and the United States of America. Even Ras is calling you a wasted life. Let's see. You went from prove me wrong to just insulting chat. Bob, because retards like this beta that's talking to me, I already talked to this person before. Yeah, no, there was nowhere to go with it. Yeah, Senator Fetterman is the man, but now all Democrats hate him. Democrats hate all the people that have voted and sided with Republicans. You know why? Because they're betas. These people are so retarded. These people are so, they call this a cult, but they themselves are the cult. How can you hate somebody because they disagree with you? You see, I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I love all these libtards. I just disagree with them. It is what it is. Saltwater knows. It's a dead end. There's nowhere to go. See, there you go. My patrons know what I'm talking about. Bob says, careful. Serenity, I've already been put in timeout. All right, Bob Joe is getting a little bit wise there. He's threading on he's threading on thin ice. Thin ice. He's about to get blocked. He's about to get blocked for 24 hours. Nah, you can't love both. So here's the thing. You guys remember? Oh my God, what's her name? Let me see. Let me find her. I felt really bad for her, and I was so pissed off at the Democrats. They try to blame President Trump for this. I can't believe it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's unbelievable. What's her name? Why can I? Melissa Thornberg? Melissa something. She was a representative. Remember, she got killed. And dumbass Tampon Tim came out and say, "Oh, she was assassinated. Political assassinations." Like, bro, how you know? He came out with that answer way too soon. Way too soon. As if he had something to do with it. Where is she? Man. Actually, I guess I can find it on my channel because it is one of the videos that I made prior. Let me see if I can find it. Melissa Thornberg? Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, this right here. Hello, guys, and welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Remember this guy? My name is Dennis. Today we're going to be talking about an incident that happened. There has been an assassination attempt and a assassination complete. Look at the luscious hair back then. Senator or Representative Melissa Hartman. Yeah, Hartman. And on Senator John Hoffman. I believe John Hoffman is in critical condition with his wife, but Melissa and her husband have unfortunately passed. Now, there is a lot of things going on with this particular incident. Now, by now we all know that Democrats in office right now, they're actually communists. They don't want to call themselves that because they know that they'll be in trouble for being communists in this country. But they are. And what's crazy is that Canadians saw this happen not too long ago, right? Something that happened in Venezuela 20 years ago. Yeah, Bob. Exactly, step by step, happened in Canada. And what happened in Canada over a decade ago is happening here in the United States, step by step, the exact same way. And so in Venezuela, so you guys have an idea, in Venezuela, it's my twin brother. Part of it, it's still the good Venezuela. The other part is ran by communists. Now, they don't want to go into a civil war. There'll be a lot of casualties, and there'll be a lot of different, catastrophes happening amongst those people. Obviously, here in America, we don't want, civil war, right? But I will tell you, over 77 million people voted for President Donald Trump. And I will say, most, if not all of us that voted for him believe on the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. And I'm afraid that we are going to be called. I like this guy. I like this guy. Onto those arms very soon. Why do I say this? Because Venezuelans, the good side, they are like us. They're tolerant, and they don't normally go to the streets and cause chaos and all this stuff. The difference with them and us, he does. The only difference is that we have the right to bear arms in this country, and we are armed and ready to go. Maybe up here, probably not. Official. It's the anxiety that kicks in, the adrenaline that pumps through your blood when there is something happening in that magnitude. It's crazy. And this is where a lot of innocent people get hurt. Now, I will touch up. 77 million people voted for Donald Trump. But at the same time, there was a lot of millions. I can't describe. I think it was like 60 something million Americans that also voted for Kamala. Let's just call it voted for the blue side. Now, what's wrong with this is we don't know if illegals actually voted into this, but even if they didn't, and we got 60,000 people, Americans, that voted against Donald Trump. 60 million. That means these people are willing to go against us. And now we have over 21 million illegal immigrants added to that number. The cartel is no joke. Not because they're stronger than the military and the United States. No, it's because they don't care if innocent people die. And that's the bottom truth. Now the Mexican government, the president, Claudia Sheinbaum, she can say all she wants. I got seven, about Robert. Hugging and loving the cartel so that they can change their criminal ways, and snap out of it. It's just not going to happen. So a lot of beautiful Mexican people that have lived here for years, some of them have had work permits, temporary status to stay here. Unfortunately, a lot of them have done criminal activities. They got to go. A friend of mine, which I don't recall having him with any criminal activity, mind you, the neighbor next door seems like a perfectly fine gentleman until he starts killing people for no reason. So I don't know. But the bottom line is, I thought he had papers. Apparently he doesn't. He said on camera that he came here illegally, but he's been here for years, over 10 years at least that I've known him. And so it's hard to see people being deported. But we know at one point or another, they can be deported. Now, this is not something that Donald Trump invented. Barack Obama was one of the guys, just like every other American in this country. Bill Clinton, what's the crazy lady? Hillary Clinton also, all these Democrats, Republicans, they were all against the illegal immigration. Barack Obama said, if you come to this country illegally, you will be deported. Yeah. If you come into this country illegal and commit criminal activities, your chances of getting deported just went up. And those who give work to those illegal immigrants will also be punished. This is Barack Obama, guys. Yeah. Now, he tried to do immigration reform, which I resent him for, because that's what he ran on. But we understand. Congress has to say, senators have to say. And because the immigration reform didn't happen, what does that tell me? It tells me that the American people, the government, knows that it's not a good idea. Because what happens when we allow illegal immigrants to get an instant status of residence? Let me stop you right there. Nobody forced me to pay child support. I paid that willingly. Thank you very much. And when I left and I was living in Honduras, I came back here with the main reason that I have to pay child support, and I couldn't do that from Honduras. So I came back to fulfill my responsibility, and I pay child support for 22 and a half years total. So don't you come over here and opening your dumbass mouth, spilling false testimony again, as you normally do, without even knowing the truth and the facts. Now listen to this man 5 months ago and learn something. And maybe citizenship. A lot more waves of illegal immigrants are going to try to come through. Now, today and age, we have the border secure. The big, beautiful bill, and I know that you guys have probably heard me say this a few times if you've been watching my videos, but you have to keep saying it over and over until it sinks in. Yeah. The big, beautiful bill does not touch Social Security. It actually takes away the taxing on Social Security. I saw a lot of protesters out here in Everett with their little signs. Don't touch our Social Security. These elder people, they don't know. They've been lied to. Very unfortunate. And then you got no taxes on overtime. This helps the hardworking Americans, but it's meant for Americans. It's meant for residents. It's meant for people that have a permit to work here. These are the people that have the right to work and pay taxes. But a lot of people are against the bill simply because they don't like Donald Trump. And unfortunately, the corrupted politicians on the communist side, Democrats, decided to do war on Donald Trump. And so what happens? All the loyalists to the Democratic Party, they believe these lies. They believe every single lie that comes out of their mouth. And one of the weaknesses of the American people is that we love people. We're generous. We like to help people. And unfortunately, that's our weakness. They take advantage of us because we put up with stuff longer than we should. And that's what happens. And that's why I'm not always nice, because sometimes people know they need to learn when to put the damn brakes on. We're not going to be doormats for these mofos to come and take advantage of our country. And I'm telling you, I have learned a lot more about everything in the last 4 months that I've been doing this and doing more research than I did back then, and everything I say is true. But the big, beautiful bill is also going to benefit for border protection. More agents on the border patrolling, more technology, stronger walls. And yes, and while they can still cut through the wall, it takes time. And hopefully that time that it takes allows for sensors to kick in, allows for thermal and all these radars to go in through. You know, I don't know all the specifics of the technology. All I know is that it's great. And we need money to keep that going. Yep. I feel like we shouldn't have to talk about the big, beautiful bill every single time. But you guys don't know how important it is. It's very important that we pass this bill. Well, I'm not going to talk about the big, beautiful bill any more than that. I'll leave it there. What I am going to talk about is about Representative Melissa. I believe she was an attorney, if I remember reading it right. I think I need to prepare myself more with notes. I don't have notes to go after. If you still don't have notes. There's no notes. My brain just goes down there to try to think, to try to remember something that I knew I was going to say. So normally you'll see me going down this way. I'm thinking, everything is off script, and sometimes I'll find some articles that I will read off to you guys, but everything that I tell you, it just comes from my heart and it's just in my mind. So I'm just sharing you my opinion and what I see, what I have discovered. And Melissa Hartman. I'm really horrible with names, guys. I apologize. Melissa I am very Hartman, horrible with names. that has been assassinated. This is the reason why I'm making this video. Senator Tim Walz, comes out on a press conference, and right away he says this is a political assassination. Really? You know that already, huh? That was very quick. Must be the fastest Inspector Gadget I have ever seen in my life.
Very quick and fast.
You are one Sherlock Holmes, aren't you, Tim? Or is it that maybe you knew something was going to happen? Damn! Here's a clip of Melissa before she got killed. See what happens.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and
Listen to her cracking voice.
we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
It's very scary. She's not acting that way because she feels sorry for illegal immigrants getting kicked off our benefits that belong to the American people. She looks scared shitless. She has been threatened. She has been compromised. And her and the other senator that went and voted with Republicans for the American people both got shot. And what's the other thing? They conveniently found papers with a list of Democrats on the hit list with some flyers of pro-life, right-wing thing, as they say. That's fairly quick. Very quick. For Tim Walz to have come out so fast to say that,
So everybody good
He
on mic
fucked
check?
up.
White bounce.
he dropped the ball.
Mic check. Test, test,
Just
test,
like he always
test,
does.
test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll spin it
But we
around.
see senators just
Mic check, test.
blaming
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
everything
6, 7,
on
8, 9,
Donald
10.
Trump.
Mic check. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And I'm sure
Everybody good?
as many other patriots and Americans.
Swing at 9 degrees.
I know a lot of Mexican Americans.
Oops.
I know a lot of Mexican descent, but I know a lot of Americans that their parents
higher.
were Mexican,
How about a little
became
lower?
legal as citizens, I mean. They have those children.
Good?
And some Mexicans,
All right.
Ignore the delay. I think I probably put the wrong clips on there. I never watched this video myself.
it is what it is. No wonder nobody wants to watch it. Ignore the delay. Pretend it's a Chinese dubbed movie. Judge them because they told their children, you don't speak Spanish, you learn English. Because that was the way of them being a patriot. Now, of course, we don't want that. We want the children to learn Spanish. I'm horrible. I didn't teach my kids Spanish. Not because I don't want them to learn Spanish, but because I'm always speaking English, you know, and well, my wife, well, she's Samoan, she's not Hispanic, you know, and my first marriage, you know, that I messed up when I was young. But my first marriage, she didn't speak Spanish and she was American, you know, she was half black, American, and, you know, just things happen and, you know, she decided to go her way and I went my way. But I never thought about, you know, I'm gonna teach my kids Spanish. Man, if my mother would have helped me with my children, I'm sure they would have learned Spanish 100%, 100%. And then it would have been easier for me to keep speaking Spanish. I need something started for me to continue. But when I get on to something,
Well, thank you very much.
I
We've
am-
just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, you know, a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am, I will say. There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect. For you, you've referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Could you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
And Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is that the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please. Good.
Yes, he will.
Sure.
You said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, guys, what do you say for the Lebanese today? It's the independent state in Lebanon, and what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or $21 trillion. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it. And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm
1 in 10.
And I'm okay with that.
Trump, I hope this time as well.
I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
you threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both
Good
have
questions.
differences when it comes to ICE agents
Right.
in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, from BBC in a second. But first of all, to the mayor-elect. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists.
Nice one, Frank.
To what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media, inspired any part of your campaign?
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often, politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about, as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And if I may, last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control. And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
You had a chance to speak this week.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to?
Who?
President Zelensky, about your plan? Did you meet with them?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy-producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. We have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad, so many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something, we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on, and I think they're getting reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead.
President sits.
And we worked something out on that, but so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people. That really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. this is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25. Think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
What happened to President? I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Condemn socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah.
It's easier.
Yes.
I love President Trump.
I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal...
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
Well,
pretending to...
he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then, they should just keep fighting, I guess,
The suggestion that you made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some
accurate?
point, he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done. You didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
We had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have. But a big thing on cost, the new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. It's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond to that?
I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want. We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Montgomery, the anti-Israel protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mondani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general.
They're best friends now.
I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our
But to
city.
be clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please, God.
Mr. Montani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you threatened to call.
I think it already started, brother.
What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with.
Yeah, we all want
now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to. But you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mondani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But, no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very quick one for
Please.
the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I will use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
Did you?
There is a bus that
Well,
goes.
but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard. For him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes, and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr.
time.
President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
Yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters, beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and worked hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries, have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. Do you consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would have loved to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great. And we're counting on it.
Mr. President, you said you love New York City. Mr. Mamdani, does New York City love President Trump?
New York City loves a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead. 1 or 2 more. Go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone crazy. Outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares. But they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this than in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right? I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way, but I think he's different than, your typical guy, runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point. And he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, your average candidate. Hey, he came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of He came out of nowhere. What, you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
You know, we have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that that happens? Would there be some consequence?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social work?
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Fish.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see this year disagreeing on in the future, and do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future?
Excuse me?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future? You know, throughout the administration?
I think we will. Yeah. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But you know, I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, you know, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you chose not to answer the question about the city hall.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
Wow. I'm going to tell you something. President Donald Trump, my man. It went exactly as I thought that it would go. And actually, no, it surprised me. So I knew that they were going to do the meeting in private. There was no way that you're going to do that in private because then you get an argument. President Donald Trump is the deal maker. Now, I want you to pay attention to this because he said, the press said, oh, he called you a fascist. He said he can call me whatever he wants. Now, I'm going to tell you why Trump is going to support him. See, Democrats, besides the socialist part, right? He thought he was a communist. Before he used to say he was a communist, but he said he's a socialist. Okay, here is the thing. President Donald Trump, and if you guys haven't noticed, capitalism and socialism are already in this country. But we need people that take care of the people, but we also need the people to also take care of the money. And we can have both in both worlds, but you cannot have one. Okay? You got to have both. I like that he doesn't care about the insults. He knows it's a dogfight. He knows that we're disagreements. You see the difference between the softies in here that come, the lefties that come into my channel, they get all weak and emotional and, oh my God, I'm a victim. Oh, he insulted me. So whatever. Listen, we can insult each other back and forth all you want. Whenever I say something in my chat, it's like, listen, you have my face, you have my audio, you're in my channel, you're in my chat. Don't waste your time with insults with me, okay? We can do that in person someday, maybe not, okay? But don't waste my time on that because I'm not going to sit here and read insults. That's not what I want to see. I want to read good stuff. Now, what President Donald Trump and Mamdani has done, I think he earned the respect of President Trump. I don't know what was said in the meeting, but I can tell you, I want you to look at this. Look at his face. Watch this.
You know, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
That's not a fake smile. Right here. His face right here. That's a face of satisfaction, of gratitude. I know you don't expect to hear that from me today, but that is a face of gratitude. He is so alleviated. He is so relieved. He is so happy that he went and met President Donald Trump and he wasn't who he thought he was. I guarantee you that right now. Now, we don't like Mamdani because of everything he said, but they both told us in here their goal is to better New York. Now, I'm still against illegal immigration, and I'm sure Mamdani is not going to be against illegals getting deported. The whole idea that they just said is, okay, we're going to go ahead and give away all the hardcore criminals, and they're going to corroborate. We'll see if that's true. We'll see if it sticks. But I can tell you right now, he is satisfied with the meeting, and yes, he is relieved that it went well. But so is President Donald Trump. And I can tell you right now, this is probably one of the best things that has happened for New York. Now, we all knew that New York is, President Donald Trump loves New York, okay? And maybe Mamdani loves New York as well. Now, we've been judging Mamdani as in he's a fake and all this stuff because of his fake smiles. Okay, that part is true. But the fact that President Donald Trump met with him, and the way that they both came out, it's like, if you don't know Trump, you have to understand this is a guy that has been roasted. Now, I don't know if you know what that means, but anybody that can go through a roast with a smile and still be friends with the people that roasted him, admiration. Admiration. I can tell you this, and I said this to my viewers here on my channel before. what's going to happen with Mandani. If he works with President Donald Trump, and I've said this about every government in every blue city, if they go and work with President Donald Trump, they put their hate aside and they work together, they can accomplish a lot for their states, for their cities. So I'm telling you right now, I am very happy. I am proud of, I'm proud of Mandani because I wasn't expecting that from him. I already knew that President Donald Trump is the man. And I knew Mandani came in here, right? Even at the live speech that he made. Rah, 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 rah. Well, somebody removed the gate, and that little dog barking, he's not barking no more. Now he's like, I still believe what I mean, my insults are still there. And President Trump says, hey, don't worry about it. You can call me anything, he says. He doesn't care about the insult. He doesn't care. Now, the leftists are going to be pissed right now because they probably expected Mandani to go in there. President Trump, turn up the volume. He's an actor, guys. He's an actor. All right? He's an actor. Nobody is going to talk to Trump like that in person. Just like some of you tards that come into my channel talk to me in a certain way. That's okay. But just as President Trump says, hey, listen, I am here I want New York to be great again. And Mandani is going to be the guy, if he keeps doing what he's doing right now, he's going to be the guy that is going to surprise both parties. The only thing that I can see negative happen from this, there was something in here that he said. What was it? Man, when I heard it, I didn't want to pause it so that because it's live. That was truly live. It just happened. I didn't want to pause it, but I can tell you that the whole government-owned grocery stores, that's communism. That's how communism works. So I hope that maybe he means it in a different way, right? I'm okay with that. But I will tell you something. I know this sounds very stupid, and you guys are going to hate me for saying this. I would rather have Mandani here in Seattle than the mayor that just got put in that supposedly is just a socialist mayor, Democrat. This woman is brainless. It reminds me of Melody Serena on the chat. Oh man, that was nice. That was nice. Melody, thank you for coming in here with your negative talk. You get to wear the shoe, lady. Tyrone. That's what we call Melody. Melody's Tyrone. Tyrone is wearing the shoes today. Hey, in all honesty, okay, in all truthfulness, Melody, if you don't know that I'm trolling you all the time, my love to you. You're a very smart lady, but you're too damn emotional. That's why you get a hard time from me. But I'm sure you're a great person in person. I am very happy with this meeting. I think something good can come out of it. A lot of people talk bad about Trump until they come and meet with him. And I think that that's how it should be. It should be. Trump is a man. He's been a shark. He's a gold. He's a businessman. He knows that there's going to be a lot of insults flying here and there, and so hopefully everybody knows that. Okay, but insults are not going to keep him down. It's not going to stop him from continue to serving his people and continue to make America great. And I can tell you that is how a great leader it's supposed to be like. So kudos, President Donald Trump. We love you very much. You are amazing. And I think that Mondani, It's probably going to bring it down a couple of notches. And in all reality, all the young people that don't know about the bad stuff, I hope that we were all wrong about Mondami doing all this Muslim bullcrap over there and destroying New York. I hope he does a great job. I hope New York can come up and become the great city that they believe it's been. I don't think there's anything in New York that attracts me to it. I think it's too congested, too expensive, rat holes, dirty. I don't know. It's just there's nothing there. Maybe one day I'll go visit and maybe that would change my mind. I can tell you, Seattle is beautiful, but I just wouldn't live in Seattle. It's just maybe I'm just not a city guy. I think that's what it is. I'm just not a city guy. Let me see. What else we have in the comments in here? Brian says, Monkey, he knows who's gonna butter the bread. Liberty, I'm wondering if the price had something to do with the meeting and agreement. What price? What do you mean? What price? Tyrone says, I know I'm not emotional, Dennis. I respect the law, my faith, and I don't respect people who don't follow the law and oppress others, period. Well, that's not what you said last time. You said that you were defending illegal immigrants on here. I mean, they're breaking the law. That they got to go. I like the fact that, if President Trump and Mondami agreed that, only the bad, hardcore criminals are going to be arrested and maybe other people will be left alone for now, I think that that could be a good start. It could be a great start. And this is what I told you guys, okay? I told you guys before, if I was to become governor of Seattle, Washington, number one, this is a MAGA hat, 45, 47, baby. If I was to become governor of Seattle, there will definitely be no sanctuary city. That doesn't mean that everybody is going to get deported. But criminals will not get second chances. You get caught on a DUI and you're illegal, you're gone. We're turning you in. Any type of criminality, you abuse your wife, you're gone. You beat your children, there's proof that you abuse your children, you're gone. Anybody that breaks the law, you're gone. There is no privilege. And I would like to see what is the actual population of illegal immigrants in this state. And I would love to have a hardcore, I call it, deep criminal background check from their countries of origin. And if they are clean because they came here illegally, they will have to pay a fine, but they will get a chance to become permanent alien green card holders. Everybody else that fails, boop, you gotta go. You gotta go. But I would love to see a lot of, especially because I'm Hispanic, I might have a little bit more preference towards Hispanics. But there is all kinds of people that could be here, given a chance to be here permanently. But I will definitely push for Hispanics to go to the background check first and try to get as many green card holders in this state as possible. And to do that, I will have to partner up with Republicans, with other Democrats, and I will have to ask President Trump if he would support that. And I think that we can do great things for this country. You know that? Think about this. Think about this. Everybody united. Just imagine how great this country would be. Now, remember that when he was talking to his campaign, he said he was gonna tax the white communities. Well, he took that back today. That's not what he said today. So, see, there's hope that it doesn't mean that he's under-promising. Maybe they have found a different way to, come up with revenue. Maybe they don't tax the rich people as they wanted to. Maybe President Donald Trump will give them more federal funding to do what they need to do in order to save New York. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that can happen. I can only speculate. But I know that if I was in government, I would definitely talk with all my senators or my mayors from all the cities, and I would definitely try to push for an actual immigration reform. It's a lot of work, but I think it'll be worth it. And there will be no second strike on people that commit crimes and they are here illegally or even temporary visa support. That's just what I think. That's what I believe, and that's what I would do. That's what I would run.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look.
He's a changed man. I can tell you right now. I am so happy that that happened. Well done. Well done. Mandami, today you got my respect. Keep up the good work. Well done. All right. Any questions on what just happened? Mindspeak, Liberty for All. Let's see what you got. I wonder if the Prince visits had something to do with that meeting and agreements. Let's remember that Mandami is Muslim, and Muslims love to make deals with the USA. Hey, that's a good point. And it could be. And it could be. Mandami is a very ambitious young man. And I think that could have done something. But, you know, this meeting happened, and he was still barking when the media was interviewing him. And so that might not be a thing. And, you know, a lot of world leaders and us, we see President Donald Trump as the peacemaker. You know, some of the leftist people don't see it that way. But, you know, I mean, it is what it is. It's what we see, is how we call it as we see it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think. Let's see, what do we got? Any other questions on the meeting? If you missed it, you missed it. But I think it was a great, great meeting. Why are you using white is synonymous with rich community? Because he didn't say he was gonna tax the rich communities. He said he was gonna tax the white communities. And that sounds bad, doesn't it? Now, it sounds bad enough that they say we're going to tax the rich because the rich are getting taxed already like a mofo. Now, the 2%, I mean, you know, it's a lot of money, but, you know, you got to give it a shot. So maybe after this talk with Trump, maybe a lot of the big corporations and billionaires are going to be like, okay, fine, we'll take that 2% bite. And let's see, guys, why not? Listen, if they can do it, they can do it. So, if President Donald Trump says it's okay, well, I say it's okay. You know why? Because he is wise. He has history. He has a lot of experience. And if President Donald Trump thinks that this man can do a good job, well, I believe President Donald Trump. Either that or he's going to be playing a harder card on him. You know, he likes to play with cards, sort of speak, right? It's not really cards, if you know what I mean. He likes to make deals. And sometimes you got to take a loss so that you can get a bigger win. You know, not all money is good money all the time, they say. And that was a saying that we used to say when we used to play dominoes back in the 90s. Long time ago. I think that the meeting was great. But let's not forget what's happening in today. And I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and talk about this video here later on today. I want to say to you guys, thank you so much for being here with me today. I hope to see you guys later tonight because I'm still going to come on tonight to do our second live. Hopefully we got some more information, and that information is going to be passed down to you guys. Guys, if you've been with me this long, thank you so much for liking the video. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you to my members. God bless you. I wish you guys the best. I really mean that. With that being said, you all have a good day.
Oh Mm-hmm.